Welcome back, Topstep traders. It's July 3rd, and the market's heating up faster than a backyard grill. Tomorrow we celebrate freedom, but today we fight for profits. So tighten those stops, dodge those duds. Try not to light your P&L on fire before the fireworks do. And remember, no trade is worth blowing up your account or your barbecue plans. Let's make some smart moves and earn those burgers. Look who we got here today. We got Coach Ray, we got JD, and we got the Hoag. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we today? Good morning, JD.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to the opening call. We're going to take a look at that 1 minute gold opening range, but we've got some pretty hefty numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour, 7:30. Eddie's going to talk about that in just a second. So maybe we'll hold off. We'll see how wide it looks. I've got micros set up for it. I don't know if I want to ride any positions into these numbers coming up.
Gonna ride the lightning.
Ride the lightning. We're opening in range we're opening in range and in value from yesterday in gold. So, Hoag, how do you feel about it? Is this a good one to just sit out? Maybe wait and let the results of these numbers marinate for a few minutes before we jump into the markets?
I mean, for me, it's definitely let these numbers come out, let the dust settle, and look for opportunities later.
Yeah. Ray, how you feeling about it?
Yeah, I would agree. I think with all the fireworks, pending fireworks we can get from the news, I think it's probably best to maybe sit aside, kind of see what the market provides, and as Hoag mentioned, let the dust settle and decide from there.
Sounds good. All right, so consensus is we're holding off on the opening range breakout trade in gold this morning until after those NFP numbers come out. If it looks like the trade is still valid after that, after we see that knee-jerk reaction, maybe we'll jump in. Maybe we could pepper in a few one lots and get on the right side of the market after that. Opening range so far, pretty tight. Well, we just started getting a little bit of movement in gold.
Yeah.
Just a bit. 23 ticks, or 20 ticks now. It was only a couple of ticks until just a few seconds ago.
I'm looking at all the domes. They're very thin already. I mean, front month gold skipped a couple of prices where it didn't actually even trade yet. Just filling in those holes right now.
Yeah.
Volume 300 contracts traded in the regular trading hours. That's really low. I think a lot of traders are out there sitting, waiting for after these numbers
just waiting
come out to get in. In my experience, I've taken positions into major economic numbers. I don't know how many times, and they've been great. They've been terrible. Adding up the P&Ls of all of those, it's about break even. So for me, I don't even bother. Over time, I don't see that I'm going to make money on these things, so I don't even bother.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Makes
gamble.
sense.
It's a gamble. Gosh.
It is. It reminds me of the old CoinFlip Capital domain that we purchased. We were about to set up a website for it. We never finished. Well, 1 minute opening range. 1 minute opening range just triggered a short in gold. Obviously, like we just said, we're staying patient. We did not enter this trade, but signal is to the short side. Raise your hand in the chat. Back into a what, Hoag?
Back into a very narrow range yesterday in gold. Only 177 ticks, $17.70. The smallest range yesterday that we've seen in quite some time. I'm looking back, and I'm talking regular trading hours only. I mean, it's at least a month since we've seen a range that small in gold. Yesterday was the smallest range in recent history. I don't see any reason to get all biffed up here early.
Yep.
Biff it
no
up.
home runs in gold in the last couple of weeks. It's been a very sideways market. Dolby's in the chat. He wants us to take the trade. Take it. We could get in right now. Better trade location than what the trade signaled, or than what our entry price should have been. Opening range low was 33.60.30, which meant our entry would have been 33.60.20 right here, right now.
But
I'm content. I'm content to wait.
Melinda, if you were short it, I mean, a reasonable target might be point of control from yesterday, which would be TPO point of control 33.53 even. And then value low would be a kind of a longer term 33.49. But not suggesting you take it. If you've taken it, just manage your risk, of course. These domes are about to get real thin. They're already seeing some gaps between bids and offers in gold and in the NASDAQ. S&P still looks reasonably thick. I mean, we've got 10, 20, 30, 40 contracts on the bid or offer, no spaces between the bid and offer. So the S&Ps are still pretty tight, but already the NASDAQ is really thinning out. Gold as well.
Yep. Getting very thin. Raise your hand in chat. Sound off if you took that opening range trading gold. Let us know who's in.
And put your foot behind your head if you didn't. Stretch it out, folks. We got some numbers coming up.
Yes, Eddie, what should we be expecting from these numbers? What's our consensus range?
Well, hopefully shit don't hit the fan here today, and it's pretty much controlled. But anyway, we got a slew. We got a big breakfast here today. Top on the list here, U.S. unemployment rate, they're looking at 4.3. Prior 4.2. Non-farm payrolls, 106,000 prior. 139. Trade balance, negative 71 billion. Initial jobless claims, prior 236. They're looking at 240.5. And we also have average earning. Okay, there it is. We got 5 minutes on our numbers. Average earnings, we have that. U.S. private payrolls, continued jobless claims, U.S. average work week, lots of other minor numbers here. 8:45, we do have the service PMI, and 9 o'clock, we do have the ISM numbers. We got a few of those. We got the U.S. core durable goods coming up at 10 o'clock. Bostic will be speaking. Don't forget, let me just rewind. 9:30 here, we got natural gas. And yes, many of us do have that already this morning. Good morning. And 12 o'clock, Baker Hughes rig count. Yes, on a Thursday. And that's what he got. Back to you, JD.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, yesterday we were kind of just riffing about what to expect from the markets today. There's a good chance people are just going to trade through this NFP number and then try and beat the traffic to the Hamptons. You know what I mean? So it could stay pretty thin and volatile throughout the day. Ray, how do you feel about trading around holidays, especially on a big number day like this?
Yeah, honestly, with all the participants, the major participants that are going to be moving markets, this actually could be one of those days that you would probably maybe get an early start on your barbecue plans. To be honest,
yep,
right, because a lot of the participants that support us in driving markets in any direction probably are going to take a look at these numbers, position themselves, and get a head start on their whatever 4th of July holiday plans are. So it probably would be wise for others as well, like ourselves, to follow suit. Whatever that means, whether that's early barbecue setup or securing the items for that barbecue. That's what I plan on doing.
Good plan. Good plan.
Hell yeah.
We've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to NFP.
Well, what do you think?
Keep an eye on those.
You think it's going to be out of hand here? Or you think we're going to sort of ease in and have a nice landing?
It's a tough call.
ACH, baby.
Yeah, that's
I'm more curious about the revision.
Anything can happen, but just trying to find out. I'm sitting on the fence here right now. Check your positions, folks. It's probably best safety first. Don't light the wick and stand around. You want to light the wick and run. So make sure that check your positions. You don't have anything running. It's if you don't want anything running. Be smart here. It's the end of the week. You don't want to. If you got to hit a nice week, you don't want to blow anything.
Oh my goodness! Look how thin the Nasdaq dome is. Ones.
I think I'm gonna switch over to the equities for the release.
Smart traders.
See what it does. You know what? Never mind. I'm gonna stay on gold. I will stay on
Stay
gold.
here.
Hoag's looking at equities. Ray, what market are you looking at?
Right now, I'm looking at the ES. I'm seeing a little bit of selling going on right now.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm looking at the ES.
You see what the overnight high is? 62.85.
Yeah.
What's that level?
That's what, 65? Yeah.
62.85 is
Ooh, I don't
weekly
know.
kickoff high. Hit it to the
Weekly
tick last night.
kickoff.
Oh, okay. To the tick.
Oh, speaking of
Wow.
which,
That's
Hoag, you
impressive.
just reminded me. Hoag, you just reminded me about the Topstep daily levels indicator on Topstep X. We had a little issue with a third-party vendor that we use to display those numbers. We're getting it fixed right now, so you won't see your daily numbers indicator on Topstep X screen. But pinned to the top of the chat, you have access to the daily levels TopstepTV webpage.
10 seconds.
All those levels are posted on that webpage.
All right.
Go ahead and.
All right, here we go. We're going to hit the unemployment rate. We see 4.3.
Oh, look at that! Look at that move!
And my goodness, here.
Look
Here
at
we
that.
go. Coming in here,
Look at
big
that.
run here. Coming in here right now, we've got the
boom
unemployment rate coming in at 4.1. U.S. non-farm 147,000. They were looking at 106. U.S. trade balance coming in just about what they expected. Initial jobless claims. Do you have that one yet? They did not post that one yet. Private payrolls, 100K they were looking for, coming in at 74. That's what we got here. Once again here, U.S. unemployment rate, they were looking at 4.3, coming in at 4.1. U.S. non-farm payrolls is looking at 106,000, coming in at 147,000. And that trade balance just about the same here. Here we go. Jobless claim 5 they were looking for, coming in at 233,000. There you have it. Unemployment 233,000. And that's what I got. Back to you,
Thank you, Eddie. $21 move in gold on that initial rejerk reaction. $21 lower.
Good old blackjack.
That would have been massive opening range trade.
Yeah.
Now, as a junior analyst at Hindsight Capital, I'm going to ask again, who took the gold opening range trade?
Yeah. You're only a junior analyst.
Yeah, it's the ones you don't take. Wow, we're seeing a lot of pretty decent bids coming into the S&Ps now. There's 415 on the bid, 62.90. 375 on the bid, 62.89. Seeing some buyers coming in here. They just pulled those orders. They did not get filled. Obviously, the price did not get there. They just pulled those orders. Seeing a little bit of liquidity up above at $63. So we've got a potential breakout, and we're going to be monitoring for continuation here in the S&Ps. This is a new contract high for the September S&P, as John Jones has had some questions in there. Why does it seem like different platforms have different all-time highs for different for the same market? Well, number one, electronic trading is not perfect. Number two, some of them are back adjusted, some of them are not back adjusted. I just look, if I'm trading the September contract, I look at the September contract high, which was I get it off the same information that I get the open interest information off of. The previous September contract high, 62.8050. Obviously, we are now above that. We have a new contract high and an all-time high right now. So air horns are in our future here.
They're on deck.
On deck.
Here we go.
So, I'm looking at the S&Ps. That 62.85 weekly kickoff high was the dead ass high of the overnight until now. Now it's time to kind of monitor to see if we see continuation above that level. If we see participation, momentum, volume, and coming in above there, this is a level that I believe longer time frame traders will be thinking about adjusting inventory. You got to remember it is a holiday. We did have some big numbers here so far this morning that may take some time to digest. If they're not in the Hamptons, they may be responding to these new levels here in the equities. We have not gotten there yet in the NASDAQ. Weekly kickoff high is 23,030, and the NASDAQ has kind of fallen into range. Now, that may change today. We're going to take a look at that in the charts shortly. But in overall, I think the ADP numbers yesterday weren't saying that there's, robust employment. These numbers are telling a different story.
Completely different story.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, if we're going by these numbers, and, everybody does, we're not having a problem with employment. Employment is going well. I mean, a tenths of a percent drop in the rate. Great.
And Hoag, when's the last time we
lower than
saw
expected?
When's the last time we saw a positive revision from the previous month? It's been a while, hasn't it? Previous month revised from 139 up to 144. We don't typically see positive previous revisions. So these numbers are pretty strong all around.
Yes. Yeah.
And we're seeing that reaction. Yeah, this is a good thing.
My question is now, after seeing those ADP numbers yesterday, I think there was and then, of course, the market rallied after that. I think there was probably some assumption that may move a rate cut closer. So the market rallied yesterday. Is this going to change that narrative today with these numbers, strong unemployment, maybe keeping rates lower for longer? But the market doesn't seem to be affected by that thought just yet.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't feel like it needs any sort of stimulus with any sort of, reduction in rates, right? Given the response that we've been getting with these numbers, if we are making new highs, there's really no need to stimulate it further by reducing rates, at least based on the reaction we're seeing right now.
Yep. VAV says government numbers are cooked. ADP is private payroll data. Speaking of which, when Musk was doing all those Doge government job cuts, none of those jobs have hit the unemployment rate yet because they're still technically furloughed and collecting their severance. So it's not until their severance runs out that they will be added to these monthly job numbers or weekly job numbers. Yeah. And I think that most of those severances end or expire in September, if I'm not mistaken. I read that a couple months ago.
October. Yep.
Yeah, I was actually reading today or yesterday. A lot of these big tech companies are laying off folks, right? So as recently, I think, as Microsoft, I think, laid off a good number of people. So yeah, I think some of these severance packages, when they become, I guess, once they exhausted those severance packages, they're kind of potential new clients, right? To jobless claims, right? So,
yep,
interesting times.
Very interesting. All right, we're running a little behind schedule. Before we get into the charts, Eddie, you got a couple news stories to share with us, and then we will.
Let me pull these up here. We got some news for you today. Definitely, stock futures ticking slightly higher today. Where we did see that number. As investors gear up for key job data and assess the outlook for U.S. trade talks. Dow futures rose, Larry Zonka, 39 points, 0.1%. And S&P's climbed 0.1% also. And also that NASDAQ copycat up Larry Bird here, 33 points at 0.1%. Now, today will be the final day of U.S. trading before markets close for the July 4th holiday. U.S., the main averages on Wall Street mostly gained yesterday with the benchmark 500 and NASDAQ composite, both posting fresh record closes. The Dow Industrial Average was the laggard, finishing the session pretty much unchanged, although the blue chip index remained within striking distance of its all-time high. Trump's unveiling of the trade agreement with Vietnam yesterday, that was sort of a kicker. A key source of imported goods like footwear, athletic apparel, and so forth. Meanwhile, big name tech stocks moved up, including Nvidia and Apple. Stocks were initially dented by the unexpected dip in a monthly indicator of our good old U.S. private payrolls. But the market appeared to widely interpret the data point as a sign that the Fed will move to aggressively cut interest rates in the coming months. Stocks yesterday erased most of their early losses. It was after, once again, Trump mentioning that Vietnam deal that will set 20% tariff rate on items incoming from the Southeast Asian nation. Analysts noted that this rate was lower than the punishing reciprocal levy Trump unveiled on Liberation Day. The agreement also places a 40% tariff on the so-called transshipping, a move that could indirectly have consequences for China. Elsewhere, U.S. Commerce Department lifted restrictions on chip design technology exports to China. A company statement showed yesterday evening as a part of a recent trade agreement between Washington and Beijing. That's what I got, boys. Eyes on the prize. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Eddie. All right, we're going to be taking a look at that crude oil opening range trade at the top of the hour. Until then, Coach Hoag, Coach Ray, if you please, let's take a look at some charts.
All righty. Daily chart in the S&Ps. The one-time framing activity is continuing to the upside. I'm still giving this upside auction a B grade. Volume is relatively low. That may have a lot to do with the fact that we did have the non-farm payrolls coming out today and the fact that it is a holiday week. Open interest increased yesterday by approximately 20,000 new contracts, indicating new buyers coming in. The volume again yesterday wasn't all that great, but I mean, you got to remember it is a holiday, and these markets do bring in more volume when the selling starts coming in than when the buying comes in. One of the things that I write down every morning is what's coming out, what important economic numbers are coming out, and the non-farm payrolls and unemployment rate are out. Obviously, the markets are responding positively. Now it's time to continue to monitor for continuation above that weekly kickoff high level. If we give that up, we could see some profit taking in, certainly before a three-day weekend, sort of, technically, right? I mean, the markets are open a little bit tomorrow, but you will see very little participation. There will be very little range, probably, unless something goofy happens. And so today's going to be it, I think, for the week as far as volume is concerned. Ray, what do you think about the S&Ps?
Yeah, I mean, right now you can see here, as you mentioned, we're kind of one-time framing to the upside of price above value range that I've kind of drawn here on the right-hand side. For those people, I don't know, it kind of looks at maybe not quite a kind of cup and handle kind of pattern, I'm kind of seeing here. But nonetheless, we are in a very, very bullish market. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 working on a 9th day of straight upside, right? So there's bound to be a point here where we're going to have a little bit of a pullback, right? We can't continue to one-time frame to the upside without taking a little bit of a breather. So I'm very much aligned with your view here, Hoag, on maybe at some point when the dust settles, we'll kind of range here for a bit, kind of digest all that's been happening here over the last 9 to 10 days. So yeah, very strong market.
Yes. And the only reason it's not getting an A is because the volume is kind of weak. It takes a lot for me to give the auction process an A in the equities. Let's take a look at the 30 now. We did see a pretty decent move to the upside yesterday. Overnight inventory is obviously probably going to look a little bit long now. So opening just about right here last night. We're trading higher. We've pushed higher. Biggest volume on the 30-minute chart is, of course, this 7:30 to 8 o'clock bar. It's the highest volume of the overnight session. Of course, there's lots going on here. We're going to probably be opening with a gap above the range high from yesterday. We also have the weekly kickoff high in play here, 62.85. You can see it was resistant last night. It was resistant prior to this number coming out. Now we see the knee-jerk reaction to the upside. If this buying maintains, if we see negative delta early in the session today, that might indicate that we are continuing to see maybe some longer time frame buying. And I think we started to see that yesterday. Yesterday, of course, was a P-shaped profile. Whether you're looking at TPO or volume, you can see the P shape there. That indicates short covering, but that would make open interest go lower. Open interest continued to push higher. We one time framed higher all day yesterday. Another feature or nuance of the profile is we did put in a late spike to the upside. A late spike to the upside is when the market extends the range and closes regular trading hour session before having the opportunity to accept price over time. When we open flat out above a late spike, which if we were to open now, we would. That's a high probability of price accepting higher pricing, price accepting higher level. Excuse me. So, I mean, the nuances so far with the gap to the upside, with the opening above the flat out above the late spike, the nuances are saying yes, this market can continue to push to the upside. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I've just kind
A
of,
long
I
way
mean,
in a
kind of
short
taking,
period of time. We're right
yeah,
at the highs. Testing, we just
yeah.
tested to new contract highs. Are we going to see buyers continue in this market?
Yeah, I would say that I think the key level that I think we all need to kind of watch is that weekly kickoff high. I think that was that 62.85. Is that the weekly kickoff high? I have it marked here. This kind of last kind of remnant of resistance here at that 62.84 level. That's the level I'm going to be watching, at least initially, to see if that holds up above that level, right? The next kind of level down I have is 62, 72, 75. Okay, that's kind of the next kind of support level. So if I'm going to be watching, if I'm interested in a buy, which is with the direction, the path of least resistance. Well, I'm going to be looking for an area where I can manage my risk. So 62.84 that I have here in blue would be that logical level, and then the next level below that would be 62.74, 62.73, 75. These are kind of the levels that I will be looking at to see if I can partake and allow me to better manage my. It's very difficult at these levels. Actually, it's coming into that level right now, but very difficult to kind of buy right with these kind of extremes. But we are breaking daily levels, so that could generate some momentum to the upside. Participants look for these.
Yeah, Robert, I agree. Robert Darcy, I agree. It was a normal variation day yesterday. I'm looking really at the regular trading hour session with the P shape. P shape profiles have a tendency to indicate short covering, and we added open interest. One other feature from yesterday, delta at the end of the day was negative 38.57. That's regular trading hour delta only. So price moved higher against more aggressive sellers.
Yeah, that's pretty significant.
There's buyers in there. There were definitely some medium time frame, longer time frame. Maybe they were bigger speculators. Maybe they were funds. Maybe they, we don't know exactly who they were. But the nuance is that there were some pretty good buyers in this market yesterday. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. NASDAQ is a little bit different than the S&Ps. It's been like telling the same story until now. Excuse me, my goodness. So while we were continuing to see one-time framing to the upside in the S&Ps on the daily chart, we've fallen into a bit of a range here, haven't we, Ray?
Yeah, a little bit.
Volume was all right yesterday. It wasn't tremendous. Open interest, kind of inert. We added about 900 in open interest. So, yeah, maybe there was some buying coming in there yesterday. We had positive delta at the end of the day. So probably not the same quality of buyers that we had in the market yesterday. Take a look at the 30-minute here. All right. So again, The IB low early in the session, P-shaped profile all the way up, overnight inventory. Let's see here. There's about where we opened. Maybe we're a little bit long, but again, we're kind of looking at gap rules. Okay, if we open above the session high from yesterday, approximately 22,848 quarter. That creates the gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. The S&P's already at weekly kickoff high. NASDAQ lagging a little bit behind that. They had that big down day in the NASDAQ due to the tech sell-off a little bit. The market is holding up very well. Would you agree, Ray?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this does seem a little bit weaker than what we're seeing on the ES, though. I don't see the same kind of vigor in the Nasdaq in the moment. And we made an attempt to go higher here, right? And this level here, I'm trying to get a gauge here what this level is here. This 22,915.50. Okay, so we did peak above it, but right now, as of now, we haven't been able to at least stay above it, right? So showing a little bit more weakness, I would say. I think on the Nasdaq, based on what I'm seeing, we were seeing with the ES, a little bit more range kind of price action, I would say, across the board. Can I hide my value range, visible profile here on the right. So yeah, a little bit more range, a little bit more rangy, a little bit weaker, which is a little bit of a surprise, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, if we're kind of looking at what's the upper extreme of the area of balance, you can kind of just put a box around these highs here.
Yep.
And, that's kind of the upper area. And we've just looked into it. Again, we got regular trading hour participants coming up here at 8:30 when this market opens. Then everybody will be here and available to influence price. But yeah, I mean, if we're looking at range rules, anywhere up here, it looks like it was resistance, still in that resistance area. So it's going to be an interesting day.
Yeah.
And I think there may be some divergence as far as outcomes from the equities, kind of like what we saw on, what was that, Tuesday? The NASDAQ really broke hard, where the S&P is really held up very well. So we've seen a lot of divergence really between the equities, the Russell, the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
Be an interesting trading day. Let's take a look at crude oil before we get to the crude oil open here. Okay. All right. So Ray, crude oil really just cracked and fell into range. We broke above that range. So if we're looking for, continuation here, we got to monitor at least for continuation, breaking out of a short time frame balance here yesterday. Do we continue this push to the upside? Do we range? I'm of the school of thought we're probably going to range today, because I don't think that there's, other than the lovely Baker Hughes rig count at noon, very little information coming out about crude oil today. We added 14,000 contracts yesterday. Volume was higher, still wasn't tremendous, but we did add some new longs in this market probably on the breakout, and you can really see this breakout on the 30-minute chart. Ray, before we go to the 30-minute chart, is there anything remarkable about the daily?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was impressive that we got that daily candle. We have a candle that's working, but having a hard time getting back inside that candle. We're seeing some buying wicks, so kind of indicating that there is some buying pressure in this market. So yeah, I would say that the market does appear to be maybe turning to the bullish side, maybe changing character a little bit.
Yes. Agreed. All right. Take a look at the 30. All righty. So yesterday, after really remaining range bound for several days, it's range. we had the bottom of this session gap. Now, the bottom of the session gap comes down to 66.42. What was the high here on this day here, the 26th? 66.42 to the tick to the regular trading hour session gap. Where did it break out yesterday? That same level. Looked at it overnight, ranged, continuation, double distribution, into a trend day, and settled right at the high. Not leaving a late spike technically, but we did leave some single TPOs there. Where are we as far as the overnight inventory is concerned? We are flat. There's the open. There's where we are now.
Yeah.
So relatively flat. Looking like we're going to open probably above value. And we looking for this gap to close. If we do close this session gap, it takes us up to 68.20. Watch the overnight high. Acceptance above that, and I think that 68.20 is a pretty decent upside target for today. We stay in range, stay in value, then we get value acceptance. We could pull back out of that range. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I think we had a nice push yesterday to the upside. As you mentioned, as we got later in the day, it moved into range, and then the overnight really didn't introduce much. And then in pre-market, looks like we picked up our buying. So we went from 64 to 66. Now maybe we're going from 66 to maybe 67.50. I don't know if that's the new range now in this market, but that 67.55 does appear to be somewhat resistant to price. We made an attempt to get above that level, was rejected. We're making a second attempt to get to that level. So far, it's been rejected. So it'll be interesting to see as we open whether maybe we continue to the downside, at least for the short term, before we make that maybe next attempt to the upside. But I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, not quite a fourth touch, but if we do get that fourth touch would lead to maybe upside potential in the market.
Yeah, so really keep an eye on that high from yesterday's regular trading hour session range, the overnight range. They're very, very close. Kind of a weak high here, but 1, 2, 3. Is that a triple top or is that a breakout point?
Yeah, three attempts, and the Bears weren't really able to make any with each attempt. Actually, I mean, we had a pretty strong attempt. We didn't really make much headway. So the sellers did not make much headway before they found some buyers, right? So that leads to that there's still a lot of buyers in this market not letting price continue. So if we're thinking, well, they're pandering, they found them. They found those buyers. So maybe we see that upside move that we're looking for.
We are kind of now at least holding one of the simple moving averages. The 50 session moving average got looked at last night, 3, 4 in the morning, rejected. Do see some wicking down there. I like that. And there might be a nice opportunity if we get price to that level. Overnight inventory.
I would love to see 66.87, 66.86. I think that's a reasonable level where we have some structure and then we can, manage our risk. That would level to look to participate in this market.
Yeah, and I just like where that overnight low is. Took out those single TPOs, approximately 66.70 to 66.80. Again, that's approximate. We're kind of looking at TPO on 30-minute charts here, but just a really good spot there. And I love the fact that with that 50 session moving average coming up underneath there, maybe some decent opportunity. VWAP leaning lower, now angling higher. It'll be an interesting day, of course. And it is a shortened trading day in the equities. The other markets are going to be, staying open. But you really want to consider, with the lack of participation that's going to be there, how much information are you going to have? How much information are you going to be able to trust? It's going to be a lot of short time frame control as the session goes on. Fewer and fewer participants will probably be here. We do have we are having an issue, and I see a lot of people still talking about the fact that the Topstep levels aren't populating. There's a third-party vendor that we use that's having difficulties. We are working on getting them back on the charts for everybody, but you're on the top of the chat there, you can see the Topstep daily levels. That'll give you those levels. And again, we're working on getting them back on the charts as quickly as possible. Well, we're getting pretty close to the opening range trade here in crude oil. So we'll check out gold after the opening range trade in crude oil. Yep. Eddie, you got any crude oil specific news that we need to know?
Yeah, as you can see, crude on the move. We scoured the charts, looked for a groove with trades that impress, profits that would. So if you're trading crude, not in the mood, stay sharp, stay screwed. Don't get screwed. Looking at the oil, Thursday's a possibility of U.S. tariffs. Okay, we did see Brent fall 58 cents, WTI 57 or 0.9%. Now both contracts hit that 1 week high yesterday as Iran suspended cooperations with the UN nuclear watchdog. Raising concerns the lingering dispute over the nuclear program could again devolve into armed conflict. Also, OPEC. This is another biggie here. We got to watch OPEC. OPEC Plus, group of oil producers, expected to agree to raise the output of 411,000 barrels per day at its policy meeting this weekend. We're open. Crude is open. Let's see. We got any opportunity. And real quick here, EIA yesterday had the crude oil inventories rose by 3.8 million barrels to 419 million barrels last week. That's what we got. And good morning, crude. Come on in.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, we're looking at that 1 minute opening range trade in crude oil right now. It's
pretty wide.
The range is getting a little wider. Yeah. Looking at a 18 tick opening range so far.
Wow.
20 more seconds. Might catch a short immediately. Got a low of 67.21 right now. I'm going to get in front of it. We're working 20s on the downside. And our high, 67.42. So I'll put a stop down or above, 67.43. All right, our brackets are set for the opening range breakout. Let's see what it does. All right. Hey, Eddie, quick question. Without looking, how many subscribers away from 170,000 do you think we are right now? I'll give you a hint. It's your second favorite number.
Is it my second favorite number or is it Dakota's second favorite number? Because my first number is 420 and my second favorite number is 840, double that.
Okay.
Is it 68.999 or is it?
You are right there. You are right there, Eddie. Right there.
Okay.
69 subscribers away from 170,000. Let's do that during the opening call. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Hit the like, hit the subscribe button.
Do it, man.
There was a question. What do we get for 170,000 subscribers? You get tomorrow off, folks. You get a day off tomorrow.
That a boy.
Hit a boy, Luther.
Who doesn't love a day off? No breakout in the opening range so far. All right, I'll continue to monitor this crude oil. Hoag and Ray, you guys want to take a look at gold real quick? Gold is moving right now.
Yeah, it's the one you don't take. All right. So, I mean, this is the daily, right? We're range bound. We're still range bound. You know, in the longer time frames, medium time frame, I would call this a medium time frame balance. Volume has been slow. Yesterday, on an attempted move to the upside, we added 9,900 contracts in open interest. Some of those are probably shorter time frame, and they are currently underwater. The number came out. It's risk on for equities, now risk off for gold. What are your thoughts on this daily? I know it's kind of gelatinous glob here, but what do you
Yeah,
think, Ray?
yeah. I mean, before it was kind of creeping higher. Now have this ascending wedge, right? So we still are making higher highs and higher lows, right? We have a ceiling here at 34.67, right? But yeah, with the news, we got equities going up and gold going down. So that's kind of standard kind of policy here. So, and we're right on smack in the point of control region that I have identified here in this kind of general region that we have ascending triangle. So, yeah, it's interesting. I think if we can continue to hold this, great. But we have, at least the buyers over the buying that we've had the last 3 days, we really haven't been able to make it all the way back to the high, right? So I don't know if there's general weakness coming into the market. We have now a bearish engulfing candle as a result of the news. So I don't know, with the drive higher in equities, does that mean gold moves lower? That's kind of the question. That's kind of the question I'm kind of thinking about right now.
Well, off the high there on the 16th of June, would you call that a short-term trend to the downside?
Yeah.
What about the last 3 days? 3 up days and a downtrend.
That's, I think, relatively short term as well, right?
Yep. Yeah. But when you're in a longer term trend and you get 3 days in the opposite direction, typically that next day is going to be in the direction of the trend, which is what we're seeing now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a quick look at the 30. All right. So very narrow range yesterday. Again, we added 9,900 contracts. Difficult to really decipher what direction those contracts came in. I'm kind of looking at possibly long. The market did kind of move higher for the session. Non-farm payrolls changed everything in these markets here so far this morning. We do have a session gap from, I think it was Tuesday to Monday to Tuesday. Okay, now we're in that gap. The gap high, session gap high, 33.4870. Session gap low, 33.1090. On the 30-minute chart, however, we did take a gander here at this 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart. And it's showing signs of possible rejection of that level. I would love to see this market come and close this session gap down to 33.1090 for a potential execution. I'm going to stay patient today. There's a naked point of control here from the 26th that we haven't checked in regular trading hours until now. That would be a visual target. There are, weaknesses in structure down below in the form of visual targets, 32.99.80, 32.86.20. If the market does continue this push to the downside, but I think that gold is probably going to be watching the equities quite a bit today. What do you think, Ray?
Yeah, I do. I do the way, I guess, that's been kind of developed now. We broke this 33.40 level as a result of news. We are challenging it again from the downside. If this does manage to hold, well, you mentioned this 33.10 does appear to be a level of interest, right? A vision area that potentially get visited here, right? So I'm going to be watching this 33.40 level. I agree that probably watching what the equities are doing. But if we manage to hold above this, hold below this level, that speaks kind of volumes as to maybe the potential direction of this market. So I'm kind of looking at this 34 level. I mean, we had a reaction. We have kind of buyers trying to kind of maybe recover some of the losses that have been made to the news. So that's kind of the line in the sand that I'm drawing for myself, because if it doesn't, then I'm looking at these 33.10s, 33.20 levels what I love about the news, the one thing I love about the news is kind of like blasting pipes, right? We come in there and we force participants to come out, right? So 3320 found some buyers, right? They stepped in, right? It says, hey, we need to come into this market. So that's what it kind of shakes out all these large participants to come out in the open, right? So as a kind of a lion looking for that three-legged wildebeest, they scatter, right? They scatter when these kind of news come out, right? So these news events show us the ranges, right? They give us the ranges. Where are our buyers? Where are our sellers, right?
Good point. So you like that 3320 level down there where those buyers started to come in?
I do. I'm assuming that if we get back to that level, it's going to be protected, right? So buyers stepped in. Someone came in and said enough, right? So that's going to be, again, I'm going to go ahead and mark that level. I haven't marked it yet, but it's indeed going to be the low of the day is going to be another area for me to kind of focus in on. So
I do see that. I do like that, Ray. You like that a lot. So, all right. Well, you got to let the dust settle, find the opportunities. I mean, that's a big bar. What is that?
that's just that bar from 3321 all the way up to what, 3353? No, 3360.
3362.40.
39 points.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. So far,
that's a pretty
the range today is twice what the range was yesterday. Yesterday's range, regular trading hour session, of course, 177 ticks, 410 ticks right now, $40 move on that one bar. Huge.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going to be stalking that 3321 level, Hoag, just like a true lioness.
Well, yes, looking for that three-legged wildebeest to limp by.
Come by, yes.
Love it, Ray. All right.
So, well, guys, we got tagged into a crude oil trade. We are long at 67.44. Well, we got a mixed fill, a couple at 67.43, a couple at 67.44. Put in a CYA down at 67.14. Total of 30 ticks of risk on this trade, 5 micros.
Did that just get ticked in?
Yeah, just a minute ago.
5 micros. All right.
Looks like we're long at the top of the range right now.
Yep.
Wanted to test the low of the opening range. Opening range 1 minute low was 67.21. Came down there and tested it twice. Just looking at this 1 minute, it actually turned into close to a 10-minute opening range trade before we actually signaled the long trade. So just a quick update.
Yeah, it's interesting. We got wicks on both ends of the candles here, so it's
yep.
It's hard to say exactly what direction they want to take this.
Yeah, indecision.
Looks like continuation sideways for the moment.
Well, yesterday's profile has single prints from 67.21 down to 67.09. There's lots of single prints in the profile yesterday, though. It was a very emotional day. Emotional move. Lots of panic buying coming in. See how it
plays. Back to the middle of the opening range right now.
All right. What are we? I feel like
Oh, were you guys done with the gold chart?
Yeah, I think so. Ray, did you
Okay,
have anything else you wanted to mention?
No,
You got your
I'm just
level
kind
or
of
your
stalking that. I'm just stalking.
laying in the weeds.
Wait in the weeds for that 33.21 to come by again.
That 30-minute bar, the 7:30 bar closed right on weekly kickoff high, one tick above it.
Mm.
Kind of complicates things a little bit, but to see if we see buyers off the bat here on the open, regular trading hour open.
17 minutes away. What are you guys hoping to see off the open in equities?
Buyers.
Man, we bounced
Yeah,
right
looks like
off that weekly kickoff high, Hoag. What a great level that was.
62.85, I think it was.
Yeah.
62.85. Held overnight as sort of resistance.
Yeah,
Tested it a couple times.
Hit its head.
Blasted through it off
like
of
3
NFP.
times.
Yep. Blasted right through it off of the NFP number. Came back to retest, and now we're ticking higher again. Coming off of 8 consecutive green days in the ES.
Green days,
Will today be number 9? Is today going to be number 9?
Hey, get the zombie rally going early, folks. Equities close.
Yep. Yep. Equities will be closing at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. A couple more hours, folks. Just over 3.5 hours left in the trading day here.
Yes, Sailor Moon. Oil. Yes, there are buyers and sellers. The difference is the quality and the strength of the buyers and sellers. Like when we see open interest increase at higher and higher levels, that is strong buying. That is, of course, for every long there's a short, but it's the time frame. You're pitting time frame against time frame. With the equities, with the S&Ps yesterday showing negative delta on an up day with an increase in open interest, that whispers to me, nothing is finite for sure, but that whispers to me that those were deeper pockets, longer time frame, quality buyers. Who did they buy it from? They bought it from shorter time frame, weaker hands sellers. If that is the case, and we saw it yesterday at the end of the day, we had a little bit of a short squeeze at the end of the day yesterday. That's what put up the late spike at the end of the day, where the bigger, stronger, deeper hands buyers against shorter time frame, weaker hands sellers, and that's what causes that short squeeze. Okay, now are we going to continue to see those higher quality buyers, those bigger, deeper hands, longer time frame buyers in this market today? And if that's the case, excuse me, I apologize. If that's the case, then we may see, that zombie rally, that late squeeze later on. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody does. Always in the back of my mind on before a holiday, on a 9-day win streak in the equities and at least in the S&Ps. When does some profit taking come into this market? But that's what the shorter time frame traders are probably thinking. If I'm thinking it, I'm not the only one thinking that. And they're the ones that are going to probably be looking for that sell-off at some point today, some profit taking in any time frame. And that sometimes is what continues to feed the rally, is all of the shorter time frame retail pea shooters like me thinking, well, they got to take profits here at some point. And so we sell into stronger hand buyers. And we end up getting squeezed all day and at the end of the day. So I don't know what's going to happen. But yes, you're right, Sailor Moon. For every buyer, there is a seller in this market. The question is always time frame and depth of pockets. The longer time frame has, they're the ones that really move these markets. And if you see evidence of longer time frame buyers, you got to take note of that. And one way to see that is in the delta. We did have negative delta 3,800 by the end of the day yesterday. We had a short squeeze at the end of the day. Again, we're going to be probably opening above the regular trading hour session range from yesterday, above the late spike to the upside yesterday, 62.70, 375. Ray, you mentioned that name, that level.
Yep.
And we're opening above an important inflection level like the weekly kickoff high.
Mm-hmm.
So if we continue to see maybe negative delta early in the session today, that's going to tell me that at least for now, Elvis is still in the building. The longer time frame, bigger, deeper pockets traders are still into this and they're still buying it. Always in the back of my mind though is where do they start to take some profits before holiday?
Yeah.
Well, guys, we got ticked out on that crude oil trade. We really got trapped at the top of that move. Came down and we didn't get ticked out, but it went through us by a few before popping up just again.
So what was our
Down,
overall for June?
For June, I have to go back and check my sheet. I'll get that for you for later on. I'll take a look.
I think we probably had a small loss last month.
Yeah, I want to say it was right around $1,800 down for the month.
Okay.
Overall, still up on the opening range trades. We made money in April, made money in May. Took a small haircut in June, and we're down about $600 in July so far too. First 3 days of July.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully they don't go to
overall,
my barber.
Overall positive on the opening range trades.
Yeah, it's if we're in summer markets, it's probably going to get a little bit scarce.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I feel like we just got predator algoed on that trade this morning. Came and took out the top, spiked to the top of the range, and then straight back down to the bottom of the range.
Yeah, we close those single TPOs to the tick on the low here, 6709. Single TPOs to 708. There's more down below. We could just repair all that shit today. Pardon my French.
Oh, you can say whatever you want on this show. All right. Hey, Eddie, you back there? What's the schedule looking like for the rest of the day?
What happened?
What can people expect? What kind of tradertainment are we looking at for the rest of the day here on TopstepTV?
Well, we are just pumping up the bouncy house. We got the donkey rides getting ready. Corn dogs on the grill. Face painting coming up in about an hour. And also, we've got Baron and Coach Jay and Coach Dakota going to join us for Fast Markets. And Bobby T for Rising Star with Gabe and Dolby. And remember, boys and girls, we are done here at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock early close. That's today. Remember, regular hours for July 7th trade date, 5 p.m. And tomorrow we will not be here. There is a 12 p.m. early close. Check your email because we sent out a couple of these for times and dates and how you're going to be trading. So today, if you got a trading combine express funded account, you need to be flat by 11:45. Mark your clocks. Live funded account, you're going to need to be flat 11:30. Now, tomorrow you want to trade? Ooh, I don't know. Same times, 11:45 here, 11:45 express and trading combine. You need to be flat. And live funded accounts, 11:30 tomorrow. And that's what I got here. I'm looking for some fun today. What do you guys got?
I have become Jack Pelzer.
I was just going to say, Hoag. Mr. Pelzer at the top there, aging gracefully like a fine wine. All right, guys, I'm going to step aside and make room for the real Jack Pelzer so he can jump on the show for Fast Markets. But I will catch you guys in a little bit. All right, folks.
All right, JD.
I'll do the same. Pal. Happy 4th. Happy 4th, everyone.
Hey, Ray.
Yeah.
Do you have any closing comments you want to talk about before we?
Yeah, I mean, I just
off?
I think I think today is one of these days that I would say I would recommend that we lie low and kind of begin to our preparations for Fourth. So I just want to wish everyone a happy 4th of July and look forward to seeing you guys next week.
Thank you, Ray. Blessings to you, and hope you have a wonderful and safe Independence Day holiday. And
Likewise.
that goes for all of you. Happy Independence Day. God bless the USA. Be careful, be safe, and have a good trading day today. This is going to be it for me. Do have to do a call out to my wife, who's I'm sure not watching, but it is her birthday today. Happy birthday, Donna. Love you, dear.
Happy birthday.
And so let's do the mantra. Make sure you take a deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace. Enjoy the Independence Day holiday. God bless the USA. And we are going to be hanging out here for just another minute. Sorry about that, folks. I got a little something going on here. Hopefully it's not going to wreck my Independence Day weekend.
I hope not.
And so what are we looking at here? Well, crude really just kind of hanging right at those lows there. S&P's continuing to rally off that weekly kickoff high, 62.85. Gold continuing to rally off that low of that 730 number. Crude, yeah, just kind of hanging. All right, so we are thank you very much. I see everybody in the chat. John Jones, I hope that I was able to answer your question. There's some platforms are back adjusted as far as like looking for all-time highs, all-time lows. Some aren't back adjusted. Some treat them a little bit differently. There's nothing perfect in futures or on futures charts. I, again, always depend on the information on the daily bulletin from the CME group to tell me. And I focus for futures on the actual contract month that I'm trading. You always watch the SPX. SPX is at all-time highs. And we are getting ready here. Again, this is going to be it for me for the week. God bless everybody. And going to take a rest of the day off today. Tomorrow, everybody should be off. You really consider taking tomorrow off if you're thinking about trading. And
I agree.
There's going to be very, very little participation, right, Eddie?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Give yourself a day off. All right. All right, folks. That's it for me. That's it for opening call. We have fast markets coming up here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go get them.
All right, let's pull them burgers out of the freezer. Let's marinate them ribs. Let's get ready here. Let's put them in the gate. No, wait. Put them on the grill. Here we go. I'm going to pass this over to Jack. Good morning, Jack.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Welcome to TopstepTV. More specifically, welcome to Fast Markets. I am Jack. I am joined by Coach Dakota, number 5 on the big board, Coach Jay, VIP coach of the Lunatics. Baron is still sleeping, but as per usual, he will be back here soon. We had the NFP number this morning, which blew things away, but a really strange number. I'll get to that later. We are about 2.5 minutes until the open. Dakota, what is cooking?
I buy the dip, man. Buy the dip.
Mhm.
I think 23,000 is 23,000 in sight. Jay, we talked about it last night. I think we could just break through these 940s. Keep going up.
Yep. It's my favorite sort of market. You get 2 days back to back where yesterday the ADP number sucked and we rallied, presumably on the hopes of cutting interest rates. Today, the exact opposite happened, and we rallied because the economy's good. That's how bullish we are right now. What are you feeling, Jay?
Bad news, good news, no news. Buy the dip. That's the market that we're in right now. I did take a trade pre-market. Kind of faded that NFP move. There's this thing that happens where we get this newsprint. It looks like it's going to push, and then we fade back to the middle of it. I took that short, but that probably will be the only short that I take in the equities today. I'm looking to buy this. 23,000 is right there. 60 points away. Why not go get it?
Yeah, we just tagged
short
all-time
trading day
highs.
today. Yeah, we did. So
We got
buy
a fat
the
round
dips.
number at 6,300 in the sights in the ES futures right now. All-time highs, SPX, as soon as we open today. Wow. Okay. 1 minute until the open. Are you going to let it play out for a little bit, I presume? Or is anyone going in there gung-ho at 8:30?
I have half a mind, Jack, to just put on one micro and set my risk below the low of the day and let it go. But
let it
I'm gonna
run.
let it play out a little bit. Yeah. I'm gonna let
Yeah,
it play out.
beware of Hoag alluded to the spooky movements that might happen today. We are closing at noon. The holiday tomorrow. The stocks are closed. We have a freshly sheared Baron in back. I can see in the green room. We'll get him in here shortly. Yeah. But for now, we will watch the open. 20 seconds to go. What do you guys trade today? Are you looking at the NQ or the ES or something new?
Yeah, the NASDAQ. We got to get the likes up. It's Thursday. I shared it on social media. Share it again. But for every like that we get during this fast market stream, I'll be donating $1 to breast cancer.
There we go. Ding, ding, ding.
There goes the market.
Don't know what that was about. All right. We are open, just strutting around near the highs in the ES. Speaking of likes, Dakota, if we have it in back, that thing I shared that Andrea posted earlier, we are just, I'll give them a few seconds. They might be trying to bring Baron in.
This thing is just running here.
Running.
Just
there
running.
We are. Dakota, 69 subscribers. 69 away from 170K. Please get out there. Be the 200,000th subscriber to Topstep TV. Okay, we're tickling 6,300 here. Did you put that micro on, Jay?
I should have, Jack. I didn't. I think we'll get a little bit of a pullback here, but yeah, I think this is the exact price action that we're looking for. So I'm still flat, but damn, that would have been a nice trade.
Yeah, 40 points. Buy it. Where do we buy it, though? That's the question. How? Where? How?
Just
Close your eyes.
Like a stop buy at 6,300. 200 lots there.
Right.
They're calling the top.
Buy 63 contracts at 6,300, right?
There we go. They say 6,300 200 times is the high. Not filled yet.
Gold, 73% long. Hold on, I'll get it.
Thank you, Eddie.
Come on in.
What's going on?
There he
Hey,
is.
look who it is.
And he brought
I wanna
breakfast.
I want to say,
Donuts.
to be fair, I was not late. Okay. I was like
Okay.
2 minutes before being late.
Okay.
You're not early, you're late, Baron.
Yeah.
I was 2 minutes early, you know?
Yeah. If we had that bet in Chicago, who would we have to wait for the most? And Dakota definitely lost, right? Dakota was always last to the car.
Oh.
But you were always last to the stream, Baron. But we appreciate it. You make an entrance every time you come in. Nice haircut, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
there's something different about your facial hair or your look every time I see you.
I mean, yeah, I like to switch things up.
That is good. Summer cut for Baron. Summer explosion in stocks right now. As Hoag mentioned, look at my charts. I mean,
This thing is just not stopping.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 straight day green candles. You don't see that too often.
Oh, you do
This
not.
is insane. What do we do? Just watch it. Look for.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, unless you got in this pre-market off the NFP candle, like
coming back down, I wouldn't touch this, honestly.
Yeah, our
23,000.
traders in the sim are about 60% long the equities, 70% long gold. There's a lot of
Is that the move for
spice.
the day? Maybe that was the
Could
move for
be.
the day, and we just go sideways.
Really?
We go to my
I
charts
think we
real
should go
quick.
up.
The big kind of story in my mind from that number is any hope of a July. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, Baron, but any hope of a July
Jack,
cut
you're gonna break
has
my
been
heart.
crushed. It's
You're
been
gonna break my
crushed.
heart.
We're looking right now at the 2-year yield, as a matter of fact. We jumped 11 bips off of that, 10 years up about 10 bips as well. Basically, the odds of the Fed cutting rates went from about 25% to just 5% in a matter of minutes. RIP.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's fine.
The Dow just took off.
Powell's getting investigated too by what? Like, or he's getting something's going on there with the housing committee. What's going on there? Tell me about that, Jack. Since
I think I know this is weird, but I think I have to stay out of that one.
Why?
You
can't talk about it. Is Powell paying you?
Yeah, Powell's paying me of all people. I don't know him well, but I kind of am an acquaintance of someone involved with that, so I don't know how to deal with that. It's a new thing. 6302 in the S&P. Baron, you put any trades yet today?
Do we buy this dip?
I got a $286 winning day, and I locked the account.
Hey,
I just bought one micro. Here we go. My risk is going to go below. I'm risking about $200 on this one micro, and I am just going with the idea that I think this keeps rallying. We'll manage the position at 23,000 if we get there.
what price did you get?
66 and a quarter. I'm up 850 on the day so far already. Don't need to give back a whole lot of it. Don't want to give back more than half. I want to be a part of this market, so.
I feel like, yeah.
How did you find yourself up 850 today, Jay? What trade did you take?
So I took a short micro Bitcoin last night. That was good for about $100. And then this the NFP print, right? So and I shared this during At the Buzzer yesterday. If you let the
NFP print,
I did not full port it, Baron. No, of course not. But if you let the news print, and then I always attach VWAP to everything, right? When this VWAP doesn't leave the range, but price does, this is usually a pretty good fade back to 50%. So that's the trade I took, right? When we failed to push above with volume, took the short here and took it off back at 50%, and that was it.
Nice.
Yeah, I would.
That volume. Go ahead.
What I would do on the NFP print is I would just like put a fib on it and then look to see if we bounce off any one of the fib levels. Like this one, we bounced off the 786. So once it like shows me that it's bouncing here, I would get in on this retest if I was, actually trading this. I in my head, I was like, it's a short day. I don't even want to touch this.
Right.
So I just got $280 in the overnight and then called it.
Nice.
I would get in on this little retest here and then hold this into open because this is showing me that the price action supporting the news report.
What time frame is that? You're looking at? 5 minute?
Yeah. I'll do it with CPI. I'll do it with NFP. It's like the bigger news candles you can do it with. Because if this wanted to continue selling off, why would it bounce here, start running up, and then there was just no filling right here? It just retests and then continues to run.
Yeah, of course. Markets go up.
They do. I mean, it's a little tricky. We've talked about it before. When you're pushing all-time highs, what levels are you looking at above? So thanks for showing that, Baron.
I have the answer, Jack. I have the answer, Jack.
Send it.
IB extensions. You set your initial. You can use the IB extensions or you can use Orb extensions because they have they still have like certain percentages of hitting because within the past 5 years we've pushed all-time highs multiple times. So that factors into it. I mean, you're going to continue to move upward. It's just how much higher do you go? Like, when does it start to reject? Right now, there's no more resistance zones on Nasdaq technically. So I mean, if you use the IB extensions or orb extensions, you have to use extensions in order to find targets to the upside, or you have to wait for pullbacks and then target previous highs or whatever it is.
Yeah. I mean, you could maybe, I kind of agree. I'm definitely not shorting this at the moment. But, looking at my SPX chart right now, I guess, could make a case of with the daily bars. I was able to draw a trend line that comes up here going back to December of last year. That's something. Just throwing that out there. But you would need a pretty big stop if you wanted to play that. What?
Baron, Mufasa in the chat says, "Who is the policeman?" Do you know the Kenny Beats is the Kenny Beats is the police? Do you know that?
He's
kind of
Super Troopers. Super Troopers.
Looking
like a character off Super Troopers.
Listen, I get the "you look like a cop" bit so much. I get it so much, and I'm just like, I get it, but like, there's no way in hell I'd be a cop, you know?
That's what a cop would say.
Right.
Yes.
I'm being a police officer.
Reminder real quick, submit your hashtag fast markets and hashtag power hour material. Please do that. If it's good, we'll show it. And we'll show it early today because we are off at noon. Because that's when the markets close, and it would be pretty boring around here otherwise. So if you got your memes, you got your, what do we call them? Tick picks. You got your battle stations. Share them with us. We'll be glad to take a look at them.
We still have to get those likes up. We're only at 590, 600.
I liked it on 4 different accounts, Dakota. I did what I could.
You did? You liked it? You're trying to...
Yeah.
I just liked it.
All right. Hey, we got 5 minutes here. We got some numbers coming up here. We got service PMI, composite PMI final. So those are coming up here at 8:45.
Anything else to look out for today, Eddie?
Oh, look both ways before you cross the street. And coming up at 9 o'clock, we do have our ISM service PMI factory orders also at 9. Some more numbers at 9 here. Natural gas at 9:30. And I think we got a 4-week bill auction at 10:30. 11:50, the MOC imbalance data. See what we can pull out of that. And of course, since we're not going to be here tomorrow, high noon today, U.S. Baker Hughes total rig count. That's what we got. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you. We do love a rig count around here. We'll be looking for that. Hey, little pullback here.
I think this
What are you looking at, Parva?
I think this is worth trying to long down here.
Yeah, I may add to this. I'll add up to 3. Like I said, I don't want to get back more than half the profits for the day. See some chat telling me to get out. It's okay, guys. I'm accepting the risk on this trade.
Yeah, it's 1 micro. You'll survive. Baron, have you seen Super Troopers, or is
no, I've
Dakota
seen
dating himself? Okay, just checking.
These snozberries taste like snozberries. I've seen that.
Certainly
That's
do.
Wonka.
Eddie, have you seen Super Troopers?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I put for Super Troopers 2, there was a Kickstarter that
there you go.
I put in $20. I like Super Troopers.
I'm long 2. Just added another one there. 22,953.
Yeah, I like that dip. I like that dip down. Sorry, I was trying to get my book map up.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking the next time one of us loses money short in this market, they should have to drink the bottle of maple syrup a la Super Troopers.
Oh man.
Good thing
I like
Danielle's in
that.
meetings today. She would definitely make me do it.
I like this push. That tapped VWAP. Tapped VWAP immediately.
Chat, this is not adding to a losing position. This is building a position in a range.
Very big range.
Very big range.
It's the daily
You
range.
just got a bad initial entry. That's all it was.
It's like not calling glass in basketball, though. I feel like if you're gonna do it, you have to say it in advance. There's nothing wrong with adding to losers as long as you say at the beginning.
True.
Like I think
That's a
Dolby
good
does a
point,
good job of that. Is like Dolby puts the orders in there, so you know that's his plan.
Yep. He's like, I'm bidding
When
every
you're-
price from here to zero, just letting you know.
Yeah, it's not the same when you're just casually like, well, it's 10 points against me. I very much meant when I put this on to add to it 10 points against me.
There you go, Jay. Now you're in profit.
There we
Yeah,
go.
that's
Green
good
on the
ad.
screen. We could close it out here. Clip it up for socials.
No, don't close it out. Don't close it out. Hold it.
No, not at all. Not at all. We need. I want to see us test the high of that range again, the opening range. But we'll see. VWAP is kind of a flat line right now since the New York session start. So it's
Are
a
you gonna
range
take
trade
any
for
risk
now.
on this? Like reduce
Say it
your
again?
risk on this? Are you gonna reduce your risk on this?
If we push the high of the opening range, then I'll move my stop up to the low of the opening range.
Guys,
Okay.
we need 40 more subscribers to get the 170. We got to do it before the weekend.
40.
We
gotta do it,
720
or-
likes.
How many
720.
subs do you need? How many subs do you
We
need,
need
Jack?
40 subs. We need 40 subs
Okay,
today,
I'll talk-
or else George
I'll talk to a
Washington
guy.
won't come to your house.
He runs bot accounts.
He's got a number?
Get you 40 subs.
Don't say that live.
I know. I'm playing. I remember last year. When you guys were doing the it would be like, oh, we hit 50K subs or 100K subs. It would be like fire sales or whatever, or fire drills, I think is what you were calling them. And people were just botting the YouTube channel to get more subscribers. I remember that.
Oh yes.
In the money, Jay. Nasdaq's pushing.
In the money.
Are you gonna take
See,
I mean, we
risk
just-
off?
Went
Any
down
risk
to
off?
the high of the news candle, and support becomes resistance. Resistance becomes support. We tested it, and now we're going up.
I could take risk off now that we didn't take out the low of that opening range, and I could go higher the news candle, but I still want to give this some space for now.
Jay the investor.
What I could do,
Which new
originally I was risking $200 on that trade. Sorry, let me mute these alerts. I don't know if you guys can hear these, but I could move this up and add to the position because I was risking $200 originally.
Hey, we just
Like
had
Dakota,
our,
you did this the other day during slow markets, adding to the position, but keeping the same risk. If we get a push,
had
I'll
our
do that.
PMIs come out, folks. Right now, PMI final services coming in at 52.9, and also the composite coming in at 52.9. And I don't stutter. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. Looks like we got US ISM services PMI at 9, along with factory orders. Trump's talking with Putin at 9. Could be something
Ooh.
after that. And we got Bostic talking at 10. This number, unfortunately, took away all the drama for the July 30th Fed meeting. I was hoping for some controversy going into it, but nope. Rates are going to stay the same.
Jay, do you normally trade with that wide of a stop?
I'm dollar wise, yes, but no, normally not. Normally I'm around 40 points. The ATR in a 3-minute right now is usually around 20, and my stop is usually 2 times that ATR, so usually a 40-point stop.
Gotcha.
This is a
Yeah,
little
'cause I
bit
was
wider.
looking at that, I'm like, that's pretty far. Because if I was in this
Yeah,
trade, like if I had gotten in here, I would set my stop like down here, and then once this has wicked, I would just bring my stop up.
What price are you looking at?
So I would be, if I had gotten in on this, I would have my stop at 931. After initially it would be at like 907, but once this wicks, I would have my stop right at the bottom of that wick.
Got you.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Is at that wick, 920s.
Are you in Dakota?
No. But if we're doing the if I would have, that's where my stop would be.
Got you.
Just to check in on the Mag 7, not a whole lot interesting happening. Google's down a tad. Besides that, Amazon leading the way up 1.2%, but nothing jumping out. Tesla damn near scratch, which is unusual.
NVIDIA is continuing to run.
Yes. Just up $1.40, but remember, that is like $30 billion in market cap for NVIDIA.
Crazy.
People love
Robinhood's finally coming back down. That it was on a tear the past week.
What do you guys think about all the news with Robinhood and the tokenization? I need to look more into it, but what was the deal with all that? OpenAI came out yesterday and said, like, we have no part in this.
No idea.
Got no idea.
I haven't read anything on it.
Me either.
They're leading the charge to just like 24-hour trading everything, it seems.
Yeah. I don't know if we need that.
No. I think the future it's open long enough.
Yeah, right. We got 23 hours right now. Speaking of which, Bitcoin is just pushing right now.
I want to see how it affects like when the volume flows in. If the volume's still going to flow in at, if it's still going to flow in at 9:30 Eastern.
That's
right. It's going to be interesting changes because it might. Because I use the AIB, right? It's that first hour. It might change the strategy I'm using. Like the strategy I'm using, once they switch to 24 hours, it might become invalidated, or I might have to find another way to use it.
I don't know. I feel like that 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central open is so ingrained in like everything that it'll be tough to change that with just adding another hour. But maybe, yeah, you spread the volume out a little bit, but I feel like that's just the standard. That's when the market's open.
Yeah.
It's like if I tell some of my family now, oh, we're running a stream at 8 p.m. They're just like, wait, aren't the markets only open from 9:30 to 4? I'm just like, yes.
I mean, they have pre-market trading right now.
Right.
Well, I think one tangible, like, here's what I see the big benefit. I'm not going to sit in front of the screens longer. If we say we had 24/7 trading and everything, kind of like Bitcoin, I can see two advantages from my standpoint. One is I assume that you could get lower margin rates for swing trading futures, right? Because, what would the overnight margin be? As long as you have a stop and it's continuously open, you shouldn't be in a situation. There should be less risk on their part, right?
Yeah. What's considered overnight?
Well, like now, big pop.
Tape bomb.
All right, now we'll move it up a little bit. Here's what we'll do.
I would adjust that quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna take one off if we accept back inside the range. That was my ad, and then we'll just adjust up here. Or I could take $150 right here, call it a G for the day, and wrap it up.
Man, I mean, both are pretty tempting. We didn't hit 23,000 yet. 23,000 still there.
Yes, also
nothing on the books either.
Yeah, we got 800 lots. ES offered 63.13 quarter.
And we got ISM in 8 minutes.
Yes, sir, we do. ISM and U.S. factory orders month over month. And Trump is calling Putin.
All right, took one off there. I'll move the other one up. I don't love that rejection at 23s.
I think it. I just adjust the stop up on this. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got your stop.
Yeah, I moved it up. I could always get back in.
Sure.
Like I said, I want to see this 3-minute candle close above the range. If we don't, it could just be an extension and fail right back into it because VWAP is still a flat line since the New York session started. So
Here comes my coffee. 1 second.
I have my VWAP anchored off the NFP candle.
Same. Yeah. So there was a question in the chat. I don't know. Do we have my screens up right now?
Hasn't been.
Yes,
it hasn't been flat. It's been moving up. It's been moving up slightly.
So on my chart here, the blue one here is from NFP. That one's moving up, right? And that's why I added, because if we can see this blue one here, this push into it, this is where my add was, because that held. The red one that you see on my screen here is from the New York session so far, and that's a flat line in this range. And that's why I'm also still comfortable buying the low of this range, because VWAP wasn't moving lower. In this long, it kind of fits the higher time frame picture, but volume needs to start picking up here. This close outside this range, I feel pretty good about right now.
Thank you. I have my coffee. I also did some research into, so those pop-ups or gains today are eco numbers at the bottom are down on TV and on Topstep right now. So just as a temporary fix, they had those alerts come so that you know the numbers are coming. But that'll all be fixed up.
I think
Also,
we can see
Dakota,
23,000. How are
Why
we going
not?
to react when we get there? If we get there,
I don't know,
do we
pop
blow
the
through it,
crystal.
or is it going to be some
5
resistance?
minutes.
It's only 80 contracts sitting at 23,000, so it's not a whole lot. Baron, just buy those for me if you can.
I'm locked out, Jay.
Do it in the other account.
Does anybody have a bottle of something we can
Give
pop
me a
if
house
we hit
account. I'll
23,000?
spend 50.
Almost there.
Not close. I got a coconut water here. We can
I got some night train.
do that.
Appropriate. There we go.
There it is.
23,000.
Yay.
Did we hit it?
23,000 hats.
Yep.
We did, Eddie. Hit the
All
horn.
right. Horn's going to hit the horn here in a second. As Horn can find the horn. Don't horn in on me. There we go.
All-time highs.
And so it was foretold. Hey guys, remember what it was like at 10,000 a couple of years ago? Wild.
This is the same thing we were doing last year. All-time highs. Air horn.
What's crazy is we were trading down in 17,000s back in April.
Didn't we hit 16,000s too?
Yeah, we did hit 16,000s.
SPX low was like 48.40, if you can believe it. Where are we at now?
63.
63.13.
Well, SPX 62.66.
Oh, sorry, 62.66. So
yeah, the
what is
ES
that?
contract's at 3.
Like 100 and God, that's a big move.
SPX from the low is 48.27. We're up 30% since the low back in April.
48.36. Man, that's like, I don't know. I'll say, let's call it 75K or something on a one lot of ES. That is massive. All right. Well, with that, oh, wait, no, we're going to wait for the number first. Still 8:57. We got the 9 o'clock numbers. Then we'll hit up Eddie for the tip of the week.
Okay.
Looking for 20.
Let's
get 23,100.
Is it a good tip of the week, or is it a what's can we get a hint on the tip of the week?
Baron, do you watch Topstep TV? It's been the same tip of the week all week.
Is it the tip of the week the same? Wait.
End of the week. You don't know the tip of the week?
That's why it's
you're
the tip of the
telling
week
me,
and not the tip of the day.
You're telling me it's the same every single day.
It's the tip of the week.
There's
maybe
new
I'm
that's
people
how weird
it is.
watching every day. New people.
No, I don't watch every
Says
day.
it
I'm
all,
sorry.
right?
I'm sorry. I've other things to
This
do.
tip
I
of the
know you're a
week.
busy guy.
No,
You're a
they
busy
they
guy.
change the tip of the week every day, just like they change.
Sorry, I'm a little stupid sometimes.
I love you, man.
It used to
Thank
be
you,
tip of the
Baron.
year, but we ran out of things to say.
Oh my god.
Tip of the year, don't short. At
Seriously.
least the tip of the last 2 months.
All-time highs.
All right, just to
Yeah,
zoom
you
out,
said
we're
it.
only up 0.6% in the ES, 0.7% from settlement in the NQ right now. One
I
minute.
think we get a little bit of a pullback here. We're not seeing any buying volume above that 23,000. That is a super psychological level, right? So need to see some interest above there. Volume died. I know we got this number coming out. Stops in profit, but I may add to this if I don't get stopped out here.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing some, we've been ripping, a little bit of selling
Did
ahead of the
we,
numbers.
We did have someone buy. There was an order for 303 on Nasdaq at 23,000. So there is some buying up there, but if it's not supporting, then could be a potential short.
All right, check your ladders. You got 25 seconds till the 9 o'clock numbers.
Yes, thank you, Jack.
The anticipation is killing me. Last numbers
right.
before a nice little 3-day weekend.
We
Except
got
for Baker
Baker
Hughes.
we got.
No Baker Hughes erasure. Here we go.
Right, ISM and PMI coming in here at let's see. Come on, people. Kick somebody in the ass here.
Yeah, that was an
Judging by the
opportunity to
price
add there.
action,
Here we
nothing
go.
big.
ISM PMI, they were looking at 50.6, coming in at 50.8. U.S. factory orders month over month, they were looking at 8.2. Hey, they got one, 8.2. Service PMI paid, they were looking at 68.9, coming in at 67.5. And waiting for core durable goods. Didn't get those, but it's probably going to be 0.5%. Durable goods revised. Hey, they got that one right too. 16.4%, coming in at 16.4. Half an hour. If you are a natural gas trader, your number's coming up. Then Bostic at 10. And then we're going to be watching, see what Trump and Putin have to say. Back to you, Jack.
This
Thanks
is
very
just
much.
full bullish.
Time for 24,000.
Yeah.
On our
So
way.
why did I not take the trade with 10 minis again? What was the reason?
I don't know.
I don't know.
On our way to
Hubris?
24,000.
You would have hit stop loss with 10 minis.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely would have. I definitely. It was
Pulling out.
Yeah, for sure. That pullback, that first buy was way too early. And I think that's the one thing I've been like kind of struggling with lately is I have the trade right. There's been a couple of times I've taken the trade on TopstepTV just a little later in the move, and just not able to sit through it because of that eventual drawdown that's going to come in. So, yeah, trading with micros, like you said, Baron. Wider stop in the beginning can add to the trade. If we get back under 23,000 here, I'll take this off, but just going to try to trail this up as it goes.
All right.
I mean, this,
While Jay is trailing it. Oh, go ahead, Baron.
I was just gonna say, like the IB high set in second, so that's typically this. Like you typically want to target the side of the IB that sets second. I mean, this might even just push. I could see this pushing like 2380s up there.
Yeah,
I would need this to set to give me the extension levels, but there's no reason to short this. Another thing I've noticed personally is, and I don't know if this is backed in data, this is just anecdotal or just like visual check, but whenever we have 3-day weekends, the price action is usually like we end the day positively.
Yeah, I think last 4th of July was a pretty bullish day, or the third going into it. I'll see if our charts go back that far, but yeah, look at this is last year, the 3rd. We just rallied all day.
Long America.
1% move to the upside. Let's get that today. My target here is 105, 23, 105.
Also, what's fueling the squeeze here as well is, options expiration today. We're blowing through a bunch of levels with a lot of calls that need to be hedged. Well, with that, Baron, something I know you're excited for is we do have a tip of the week. Eddie's going to come in here and let us know what that tip is. Eddie.
Yes. Stay informed, my friends. Back in the day, we stay informed by reading the tape, listening to rumors in the pit. I mean, now you got like 5 news feeds, a squawk box. You got that kid over at Topstep called Eddie. You still managed to miss the Fed announcement. Now, come on, stay informed or get steamrolled. The market doesn't care if your dog ate your economic calendar. All right, traders need to stay informed because the market moves faster than your Wi-Fi during a Zoom call. So, if you're not paying attention, you're going to go from bullish breakout to emotional breakdown before your coffee even cools. Now, I promised that I had 5 more to share with you today as far as a list reasons why you need to stay informed. How about avoiding getting trapped, right? Trading unaware of events. Well, obviously, if you miss FOMC, you know what? You shouldn't be trading. Or maybe Powell talk. And we do see a lot of these headlines coming out. These are account killers, okay, if you're not paying attention. Strategic timing. Informed traders know when to sit out and when to strike. Competitive edge. Now, the pros are watching everything. And don't say they're not, because they are. They've got their eyes on anything and everything that can affect the market. So should you. And narrative trading. Big money trades themes and stories, not just price levels. So I hope you learned something this week about paying attention and staying informed. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Just checking on spot Bitcoin right now, trading 110,289. All-time high in Bitcoin is about 112 and change, so something to keep an eye on there.
This is
Darren,
just
do you
not
own a
slowing
lot of
down.
crypto?
No, I own no crypto. I own no
Okay.
crypto anymore. I got into trading through crypto, but I don't really touch crypto anymore.
Right on. I guess the thing, I don't have a lot of coworkers that own a ton of crypto, because if you owned a ton of crypto for a long time, you tend not to be working anymore.
Yeah, good point.
There was, I
Good
think,
point.
the guy who is like the head of our division at DRW owned a tremendous amount of crypto. I think he has a castle now.
Wow.
Like
I mean,
literally.
what else can you do with that money?
Exactly.
He's probably now a baron.
He could be. I mean, there kept on being emails going out that were like, hey, so-and-so is now working, but you could see it with the Bitcoin price. And this is back when it was a lot lower than it was now. Like, so-and-so is stepping back a little bit in their role. So-and-so is doing this. So-and-so is just living the life of a Gilded Age baron. But good for them.
I'm gonna lock in a little bit more profit here, just at these 50s here. Minor psych level, not a lot of contracts sitting there, but we do see us sometimes reject at these whole number levels. So just gonna
I
lock in a
just
little bit
trailed
more.
that stop off the 3-minute. I mean, we're getting
Yep.
a lot of selling at these highs, and we're not moving down. So
Not
typically,
at
when
all.
you see selling at the highs, you get pops. Like we got, how much volume is that? Got like 100 or like 250 orders for sells at the highs. Just not getting any rejection lower.
Nope. Yeah, they can't hold it. It's like they're profit taking, if anything. I want to give a shout out to Gabe. Gabe sent me a screenshot of his trade. Got in from 22,394 with a 2 lot.
Great job, Gabe.
Nice
Now get
trade,
back to
Gabe.
work.
Get back to work.
Get back to work. Hey, just a heads up. There's some Iran hitting the wire here.
For those of you on
Deputy-
Andre Watch, if you can believe it.
Hello? Check.
Andre Watch.
Yep.
Sorry, I got sucked into the abyss there. For those on Andre
You're
Watch,
back.
he is in meetings today. Yes, he's in meeting.
Mm.
And then me and JD will be out filming something special this afternoon. It's a nice day here in Chicago.
Charlie Malin, your comment is hidden, but I can read it. How did I F up your long trade? How's that possible? What did I do? I'm still in it.
Yeah, Jay. It's your fault.
My fault.
It's your fault.
What did I do to you, Charlie?
You clicked the button.
Yeah, Jay remoted into his PC and sold.
No. Check 1 2 check. Am I coming
got
in?
you,
I can
Eddie.
hear
We
you,
can hear
Eddie.
you.
You're all good.
Oh my goodness, jeez. I was trying to say that some of the Iran topics are hitting the wire here, talking about not planning to stop the enrichment. Deputy Foreign Minister talking about ready to discuss enrichment program scope with others. This coming from NBC, so just a heads up, they haven't been a hot topic here for a little bit, but that's what we got right now. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Still all-time highs. So Jay, you're just kind of trailing this one you have left forever.
Yeah, pretty much, Jack. I do have an out at 23,105. Move that up a little bit, but yeah, I'm just gonna try to trail it. I'm looking at the Dow also because the Dow looked like it was leading for a little bit. If the Dow hits 45,150 before the Nasdaq hits my target, I may take it off. But yep, just trailing as we go.
Inside the mind of Jay. Dakota, no trades for you yet. You're just waiting for a
No,
dip.
I'm up. I'm up
Oh.
101, and what is there to do? We just watch this market go up, close our eyes and buy. I mean, enjoy the.
I'm locked out on this, so like I'm just watching it.
Alright.
Yeah, I locked out on my live. I got like $280. I was like, give me the winning day.
All-time high
It's
watch
set up
party.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Any of you guys been using Polymarket or Kalshi or any of the events markets?
Nope.
No. I've seen some people put in some crazy bets. I saw one for the last FOMC meeting. Someone put 100 grand down on if Jerome Powell would say, the first thing he would say is good afternoon. And it was like 100K to pay out 104K. I was like,
I've seen that.
This is kind of a stupid bet, but at the same time, like, when was the last time Powell didn't say good afternoon?
If you got 100 grand to do it, more power to you. We got another weird one. Andrea, do we have that the height of degeneracy? Gabe shared this. Somebody I'll give you a few seconds. No worries. You can literally bet on anything now, including this person that bet $19 at plus 46,000 odds for the parlay of Diddy being found guilty on prostitution, Diddy found not guilty in trafficking, and no to conspiracy. What a world we live in.
$19 to make 9,500. That's insane. And honestly, yeah, never mind.
I'll take that bet.
That's an insane bet.
Look at that risk reward.
Look at the risk reward. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, that's
insane.
Is this the new example we point to of like, this is how you manage risk reward?
Risk management right there.
All right, take it down. I can't look at this. I heard there was some belly aching online. I am not from the professional gambling community that there's something in this bill that disadvantages them for taxes as far as writing off losses. I don't know if that's been fixed, but if you are a professional poker player in chat, let me know what that's all about.
What was the question?
There was something in, like, it doesn't apply to many people, but there was something in the bill that's being, because there's a lot of things in this bill. And I think one of them involved some sort of cap, like a percentage of losses that you can deduct. And so if you're like a high volume gambler that may, say you make 5 million and lose 4 million, instead of paying taxes on the million, you would pay on the million plus 10% of the losses. So it would be like a tax for gamblers, if that makes sense.
Interesting. I haven't heard of that one. Interesting.
63.
I do all my gambling through an LLC, so it doesn't matter.
What's it called?
DBA Concepts.
I opened up an LLC named after my dog as a catering company that doesn't make any money so that I can shop at Restaurant Depot. How about that?
Nice.
So I am industry, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
This trade's
The
just
Restaurant
cooking,
Depot
Jay.
workaround. Yeah, it is, man.
Exactly.
We're approaching 1% up here in the Nasdaq, which is at 2370s. So I'm kind of
It's
just
crazy
watching. I
the
did trail
I-
up a little bit more.
The IB still hasn't set.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's about to, right? We got what 45 seconds for your 45-minute IB, and then another 15 for the hour.
Yeah, we were getting some
We'll get a pullback
selling.
eventually. Yeah.
Let's see if we get a
I'm-
pullback here.
It's not money laundering. I don't make any money. You just can't shop at Restaurant Depot unless you have.
It's just
Why do you want to shop
just
at
wants a deal on
restaurant?
crab legs. He just wants a deal
Yeah.
on crab legs.
Because I need a giant drum of mayo.
Why don't you just get a? Why do you not have a Costco membership?
I do.
Then just go to the Costco Business Center.
I could. But I prefer having an LLC just in case. You never know when shit's going to hit the fan, Baron. It's always good to have an LLC.
Oh my god. We have there was 421 volume for sales, 2355. Not seeing a huge movement down, so this looks like it's
I'm
gonna
short
just
3
continue
micros
up.
from 52.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will.
I hate that.
We got a 3-bar reversal.
I'll let you do
Got
it.
some-
I can't do it after everything I said, but this looks like the first consolidation on the 5 minutes.
I may still add to this trade.
Question is, can we get back down to 23,000 evens?
Daniel VN in the chat knows. He said his parents got the Restaurant Depot 4 crab legs. I don't think I've ever seen my dad smile bigger than when he got a box of crab legs from Restaurant Depot. He was so happy. He was giving out crab legs to everybody.
Get ready to chuck some syrup, someone says. It's only lost if you closed it. No, I like this trade. Look at that, beautiful. That's a textbook 3-bar reversal right here. This 5-minute candle closes below this wick at 47. We'll see. Ooh, we'll see.
Yeah, still in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about what I mentioned to lead off the show. Yesterday, really bad job numbers, up. Today, really good job numbers, up. No reasons, just take it higher. While we wait for this to play out, I do see that John Doherty is in back. We'll be going out to lunch later, John, but before that, hit us with some stats.
Let's do it. Let's start with yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here they are. At the top, Nicholas K with a nice day trade in the Nasdaq, $28,722. Next up, Laura, trading gold, $28,062. Guan, number 9 on the big board right now. Guan from Taiwan, trading the Nasdaq, $14,772. Ryan L, trading the ES, $11,107. And Andy, trading the NQ, $10,526. Andy's from the UK. Jack, I wonder if that is your old friend Laura in second place there. I'm going to look up this trade report and get back to you on that. But before that happens, let's take a look at live funded payouts from yesterday. Some decent numbers going into the long weekend. Cortez is going to have a great weekend. $34,725 payout. Same with Shane, $25,267. Andrew, $20,000. Gert D, $11,800. Gert from Belgium, and Parth, $8,339 bucks. That is some decent coin to line your pockets with for a nice long holiday weekend here in the U.S. Nice job to these live funded traders, pro ball traders, all of them right here.
Thanks, JD.
That's
The
what I've
Herty
got
Gerty
for ya.
man. Let
The
him
I
Herty
pay.
added
Gerty.
to that trade. I added 3
So-
micros long at 43. So I'm long
Ooh.
4.
So since this IB set, we have this looks good to continue running up. The 0.4, which is that is going to be at 23,116, has a 92% chance of hitting. We do have a
I
short
like those
day,
stats,
so
Aaron.
that stat might be affected because of the short day. But I mean,
This is America Plus Day. Where you,
America.
yeah.
What do y'all think the
Neuro
most
FX
American
is-
stock is?
The what?
Nvidia.
What's the American
Nvidia?
stock?
Oh, I don't
No.
know.
McDonald's.
McDonald's. Yeah, there we go.
McDonald's is a good one,
doing
yeah.
today?
Or one of the defense stocks. 100% one of the defense stocks. General
McDonald's
Dynamics.
is down. McDonald's is down.
Raytheon.
Coca-Cola.
Oh yeah, let's try
Coca-Cola.
that. What's that
Apple.
ticker? KO. I'm trying to find something. McDonald's is down. We can't let that stand. Coke is down.
Not American Dad.
0.25%.
United Health.
UNH
Yeah, there we go.
Costco.
Jack. United Health.
is up.
Costco. What about Costco?
Costco's up there. Oh man, knocking on the door again. We got 250 lots in the ES at 63.20.
Hit the horn.
Oh, we might squeeze. We might squeeze this.
Hit the
Jay.
horn.
Nvidia is about to hit 160. They're right at the door 160.
General Electric.
Good lord.
We need it, Jay?
My vote's
Yeah,
for
we do, don't
McDonald's.
we? Here we go. Close your mouth.
We're close, Eddie.
McDonald's.
There we go.
There it is.
You could have bought Nvidia for $88 on Monday, the 7th of April. Simply
Insane.
amazing stuff. And
I know.
and, you know,
Double your profit.
Hoag and I picked some up for in the 90s, I think.
I did as well. Unfortunately, I then sold some calls a little early, apparently. But just to put that in perspective, I mean, good lord, that's 1.5 trillion or something in market cap in just a couple of months.
It's insane. Insane.
That's a bigger
It's
move
moving.
than the biggest company in the world was in 2019.
What did you say? The
Wild.
2018 is when, was it Nvidia or someone made
Apple
trillion?
hit 1 trillion in 2018, and then in the last 2 months, Nvidia has added more than that in market cap.
Back down to 3. Took one off there. That looked like a little stop run above with no traction for buyers. So we'll see. Stop is at
Dump it.
34.75. Dump it. I may continue to add to this before any price before we get to 2300s if we get pullbacks. NeuroFX said I'm going to give back all my profits. There's no way for me to do that because as soon as this trade gets stopped out, I'm hitting the lock button. Let's see.
Jay, does going with the trend like this feel good?
Feels great, to be honest, Jack. Feels great. It's like I don't think I've thought at all today. I just bought it, and it does make it pretty easy. I think with anything, it's like managing your risk, though, right? If I put on too much size, then I sweat this trade a lot. But
Guys, Jay's killing it. But remember, like and subscribe. Dakota is donating $1 today for each like to breast
where we
cancer.
at right
Also,
now?
we're 5 people away from 170K. That would be an awesome way to go into the weekend.
Yeah, there you go. There's the link if anybody wants to know. There's it in the chat. I forgot. Get distracted, Jack. Thanks for reminding. Yeah. Yeah, chat. If you could pump those numbers up. We're at $900 now. 919.
There
Got a
we go.
question. What was Nvidia about 10 years ago? Because
Tell you
on
right
Squawk
now.
Radio, there was I had a guy that used to come on and do the show with me, and he was buying Nvidia like it was going out of style. Anybody have
You
that?
want 10 years ago? All right.
10 years ago.
It's okay. It's July 25. So in July 15,
$20,
you
Matthew
could
says.
Oh,
Was it?
less than
Was it?
that. Remember, there was a
Really?
split along the way. I have it
Yeah,
as
it had to
like
be much less than
50
that.
cents.
Really?
Jesus.
Split adjusted, that would
because
have
he
been like
was
$5.
yeah.
Let me just
it's
make
crazy.
sure. I have to really zoom in on this. And I'm saying specifically, yes,
Yeah.
the
was
low for July of 15, I have the monthly candles up, was 47 cents. It's now
oh my
trading at
God,
160.
Yep. He
There
was
was a
saying, yeah, he was telling me, buy some of this, Eddie. Like Nvidia. I mean, the only thing I knew Nvidia was something that I'd put in my computer. You know, that was it. You know, nothing extreme. But
32
gosh, I tell you,
yeah. It sounds like a fake
32,000%
sweetener
return.
too. Yeah, and it would have
Yeah.
been they're right. It would have been $5 or $6. They had a 10-for-1 split a while back, so like it would be trading at you bought it for $5 or $6, it'd be at 1,600
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, Joseph, graphic cards for PCs, right? That was it. You know,
Still not as good as $19 to win 9,400.
Yeah, that's right. You could have held Nvidia for 10 years, or you could have bet on a parlay on Diddy's, court judgment. Made it all yesterday.
all right, Jack. We
Baron, I
did
wanted to
something.
ask you. You were in Chicago. You were talking to us about Edgeful. I know you use it a lot. And do you use the Edgeful algo at all?
I've got some running.
Okay.
I've got one running on gold. I've got one running on NASDAQ Orb, and then one running on ESIB. But I haven't. I've only taken a couple trades off it, but I've watched it trade.
Yeah.
Sometimes I agree with it. Sometimes I don't. So,
Got you.
for me, it would be like situational if I was taking trades off it.
Makes sense. Yeah, I think I was looking at it the same way. It's like just be my eyes if anything, right? And let me know that
Yeah.
something's happening, but then I'll decide if I'd take the trade from there.
Yeah, you have to tweak it where like you have to play with the settings a lot. You have to go in and
Yep.
do some analysis on it in order to get a good setup on it. But I've seen it on gold. Like I called out a gold short, an algo gold short. I think it was last week on slow markets, and it ended up playing out.
Nice.
I remember that.
Jack, I think we hit a number, didn't we?
Hit what number?
The subscriber number, Jack. We've been talking about it all day.
Oh, we have been. Yes. Two-way. Sorry, I'm looking at a bunch of screens. We are at 170K subscribers. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow, okay. Yeah, we just crossed
nice.
1.1. 1,100 for the likes. Chat's going to make me pay up for the best answer.
Yep.
Hey, even if you don't like me, even if you don't like us, you got to like it for the boobs.
I'm going to get the bots liking it for that.
Let's go!
Also, Sorry, that was me just stalling right there. 170K. Oh, I remember. There's no plaque for 200K. There's a big gap there for YouTube. You get a plaque for 100K, then you got to wait till $1 million.
I feel like it would go 100K, 500K, $1 million.
That's what I would think too. Maybe
5
10
million,
from there.
10 million.
Yeah, to my knowledge, unless they changed it, you get a silver one for 100K, a gold one for $1 million, and then a diamond one for 10 million.
It's crazy.
Then you can start selling your own Lunchables.
Yeah. Great idea.
240 lot here, 63.20. Just a quick position check. J is long, still 3 MNQ.
Yeah, 3 MNQ from 41.5.
And Dakota,
This looks like
are you
it's
still
just-
short?
Yeah, from 52. 52 quarter.
Dakota, I can't believe you're trying to short this market.
You know what? I can't believe, if I have nothing to say, actually. I was going to say something smart, but I have nothing. You're locked out in the money. Did you like it, Aaron? Did you like the YouTube stream?
What? Did I like
Have
the
you
YouTube
liked the
stream?
YouTube
No, I
stream?
didn't. I
Well, then,
haven't.
there you go. Can't believe you haven't
Love
liked
it.
it, man.
I like the. I'll take $1 out of your pocket, Dakota. Not the first time.
You know what my big takeaway from Robin Dane yesterday was, guys? I don't know if you guys saw that. But I'm drinking a big thing of water today because she said you need to keep your I might butcher this, but like your neurotransmitters lubricated. So I'm lubing up my brain cells with water so I can
Nice.
perform my best here with Andre on the sidelines.
Killing it, Jack.
Killing it.
All right, there. I liked it, Dakota.
There we go.
There we go. Another
First
$1.
hour is in the books on this NFP Thursday.
You could donate too, Baron, if you want.
Good. Definitely
Oh, that's
should.
putting the pressure, like a silent auction.
Mhm.
Or one of those ones where they make you raise the paddles. So you have to identify how cheap you are.
Yeah. Here you go, Baron. There's the link in the YouTube chat. You could click on that, Baron, and you can see it.
New highs. New highs. And that was an opportunity to add when we held those 50s.
We haven't hit new highs yet, have we, Jay?
I think we just did, right? We just hit 67 3/4.
Oh, okay.
We didn't in the
Nvidia's
micros.
above 160 now. Good Lord. What a run.
What a run. What a run. All right, I'm going to add above 60. If we get a pop back above 60, I'll add another 3, and then I'll just move the risk up again.
We're stuck here at these 050s.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
and
we
the
were
initial balance
consolidating
in now.
today.
I've been told I can't lube my neurotransmitters. Well, you lied to.
Trump and Putin talking now.
Yeah, don't have on the calendar if there'll be anything like comments after that, but yes, they presumably are on the call right now.
Nvidia just hit
Possibly.
160.
Yep.
All right, I added those 3, so I'm long 6 now from 50, 75. Same thing, if we test under 50s, I'm out.
Building that position, Jay.
I think this either consolidates or continues to. One of the two.
Yeah.
So
Consolidates or what?
continues to move higher.
What are the next upside levels you're looking at, Baron?
2390, 23,103, 23,117.
So a pullback's not on
And
your
then
bingo card.
No, it's not. It really isn't.
I would say it is. Maybe down to 30s, 35. Let's see here. Gonna stop me out?
So
Came right down to
close.
my average.
Unless we get some volatility because of Trump, which we might.
Ooh, this is must see TV right here. Feels so much better when you've already made money getting stuff.
Fall asleep?
All right, there you go. I'm out. Flat on that.
Hey,
Plus 1071. I'm gonna hit the manual lockout button. That is a good way to go into the weekend. Lock me out all day. And now we just watched. Nice trade, nice hold on that, Dakota. We're seeing crude oil. Crude oil is down like 50 cents in the last 6 minutes.
Chat
see the crude there. We got about 2.5 hours left in this session total. Reminder to everyone out there. Now that Jay's out of the trade, we can hit a few news stories really quick. I want to dig a little deeper into the employment number. Starting with the simply astounding fact, they round these numbers, right? So we dipped to 4.1 in June. That's the 14th straight month where the unemployment rate has between 4 and 4.2. Miraculous, one might say. This is a win for the nothing ever happens crowd. Let's dig into the number today. Like, statistically, I'm not one of those unemployment truthers. I think they're generally trying to do their best. But there's definitely something they're doing with the methodology that's kind of smoothing it. Like, it's pretty wild. You could have 14 straight months between 4 and 4.2. Just saying.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors here. Now, once again, I think part of the reason these numbers are so smooth, the total number, the blue bar there, is the 90% confidence interval, right? That 90% of the findings, the true value should fall between there or something like that. But it's wide, right? It's from nearly 0 to nearly 300,000. Let's look at why it's so different than the ADP. This is what's interesting. So, as the commenter post out here, 144K of the 147 jobs were government, leisure and hospitality, private education, and healthcare. So ADP is private payrolls. So off the top, 75,000 of the new jobs for this month were in the government. Where they're completely diverging, let's look at the next one that I showed yesterday from the ADP. ADP showed education and health services down 52,000. Can we go back to the last image? Private education and health services for the BLS number came out plus 50. So there's where the difference is. One of them is completely wrong. And it would seem, when in doubt, lean towards this number. This is what people more pay attention to. The BLS number, it's a wider survey. But still, it's rare you can point and say one of these is dead wrong, right? One says they added 50K jobs, one says they lost 50K jobs.
It's like
Either
a complete fade of the information. Like they had the same number, but completely different. Right? That's weird.
This is just, there's some rehiring and stuff in the government, but also this is one of the biggest divergences in the last, at least in 3 years, between the ADP number and the non-farm number. So one of them's wrong. The implications are big. One shows a very soft labor market. One shows us 14 straight months of between 4 and 4.2. The last thing I wanted to show here, Gabe showed me this. I don't know where he found it, but this is the most awesome chart I've ever seen. My quant is cooking. If you zoom in on this,
I've seen that.
I would like to see more art done in TradingView charts. Like, zoom in on this. This is a beautiful thing. with like
Playing,
gravitational holes for like the bottoms. We got aliens and satellites zapping
playing
and the
Galago
sun.
on the charts.
I mean, hang that in the Louvre. That's beautiful.
How do you trade it?
I'm gonna get that tattooed on my back. Sick. All right, that's what we got for the news right now. And back
S&P
to our
just pushing here.
crappy looking charts.
Look at the S&P, Jack.
Yep, new highs. What's new?
Now I'm going to ask myself, did I trail a little bit too tight there? But
Mm,
it is what it is.
don't overthink it, man. Green
No.
is green.
Green is green.
Green is green.
go to
Are
my
you locked
chart.
out?
Yeah, I'm locked out.
Go to my chart real quick. Let's just zoom out on this. It's really quite the rally if you look at the day bars and the ES, right? June 20th was the Friday during the weekend was when the bombs fell. Major fake out here, and it has been up, up, and away. I think it's pretty safe at this point that we will very, very most likely have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th straight green candle on the ES on the days.
Do we know what the streak is? Baron, you have stats on that? The longest winning streak we have in the S&P?
It's probably
I
pretty high,
want to
man.
say
I can pull.
it-
I can,
it
I
is-
can pull out streak.
I want to say it's
Probably
at
the
least
last
13 or
20.
14.
In the last 5 years, let's see. Green red streaks on ES or NQ?
Let's
ES.
do ES.
ES.
Oh,
Last
5 years, it's loading.
I'm
It's
putting
the
it
only thing
close
with
to
Edgeful.
20.
Sometimes it takes a while to load.
What'd you say, Dakota?
I'm putting it close to 20.
20 in a row? I think it's like 14
Yeah, that sounds right.
in the last 5 years.
Loading.
Oh,
It's still
in the last 5 years is different. I was
Yeah.
thinking
14
all-time.
days in the chat.
14's record.
I know that didn't the Dow set a
it-
record last year?
in the last 5 years, Edgeful saying 9.
9. Is that the average or is that the most?
That's the most. Right now,
That's
we're
the most,
also
huh?
at 9. So
Interesting.
We're at 9.
yeah,
we're at
We'll
9
very
right now.
likely be at
10.
10 today. We're up. Well, I mean, stranger things have happened. We're only up 3/4 of a point in the S&P 500.
All time. What's all time though? I would think it'd be closer to 20 all time. Back in like the 90s or early 2000s.
1999 maybe, which were just right before Y2K, and the markets just rally.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly. We're just in a cycle of you kill all the shorts, it gets higher, entices new shorts, you kill them. The cycle continues.
Yeah, it does. So it does. S&P, our leader right now. There's the Dow hitting that target I was talking about, 45 150s. S&P target I'm looking at 63.29 maybe, and 105s in the Nasdaq.
We're chilling in
slow
these
ground.
50s for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, we have been, Dakota. I mean, we saw this yesterday as well, right? We rallied for the first hour and then sat in a 50-point range for 5 hours. Good thing is today's a half day, so we only got another 2 hours of that if that's the case.
Yeah. You guys are locked up, both profitable.
Yep.
I'm the last man standing.
Last man
I mean, I
standing. Let's go.
theoretically could. I have the ability to place some trades.
Well, the house account.
If we want to do some groupthink and just put something on, if it looks enticing, I am willing to do that.
Yeah, let's see. Let's talk about it. What do you guys think? I mean, Dakota, I know you're short right now. Baron, I
And
know you
I
said you were
still like
leaning to the long. Yeah, I like the
I'm still leaning
hesitation.
towards
What's your
long.
target?
2,300, 23,000 even, 23,000
23,000.
even.
Okay.
Okay, so you want like a 50
That
point
would be for
pullback.
a runner. I'll close a couple contracts on the way down if we do, but then I would leave a runner on to see if we could get back down to 23,000 evens.
We do have New York view up there at 4.5. What are you thinking, Baron? I know you're leaning to the long side, but can you buy here?
I mean, this to me looks like we're just going to consolidate at highs.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. I don't know that I would buy the Nasdaq before 15s here.
We keep dipping down to the 40s and just keep getting bought up. So we'll see if that's the case on this candle.
Well, you did say
Or
we
if we get
consolidate or go higher, right? So you don't have much risk.
that's my thought. We probably consolidate. This is where all the volume's being transacted on the day too.
What's
Yep.
consolidation for you? Like, what's the lowest point for consolidation compared to like, oh wow, we pulled back?
Of this range, it depends on the range.
So you're saying like
of
40s.
the low point is 40.
So you're saying
And
we
the high
wouldn't
point
break
is
40?
I mean, it could dip below that, like slightly below that.
Slightly below it.
But yeah, like that's the range that we're in. You could scalp this. You could just go long when we tap into 40s, sell it towards the highs of the range.
Love to see a few more
Yeah, I think
stop runs
that's
here.
what be the trade.
Okay,
I mean,
Baron.
or we could look at
Baron.
the S&P that's just rallying.
Here's the bet: $50.
There we go.
If I'm right,
Okay.
I'll donate $50 to your Discord. If
Again?
I'm wrong, I'll donate the 50 to your Discord. If I'm right, you donate 50 to the charity.
Okay. I'll do 100.
Okay.
I'll do 100.
There we go.
Okay.
So it's
An easy day.
it's a 2-to-1 for you, Dakota. It's a 2-to-1.
Yeah, I like my odds. And
So
what determines whether
what's
I'm right or
your
wrong
price?
is going to be a break below 40.
All right. We got side bets going on here. It's Friday.
It's
We also
Friday in the
have a
market.
few announcements that Eddie's going to help us with. Eddie, if you're back there, let's go do this thing.
Let's do it. Hey, folks, with the July 4th holiday quickly approaching and markets slowing down, we here at Topstep TV are going to be taking a half a day today. Yes, 12 o'clock, zip, zoom, July 3rd. We want to encourage everyone to unplug, relax, celebrate the weekend, take a long weekend. We need this. This is a good break away from the monitors and spend time with your loved ones or whoever you spend time with, however you like. We'll be keeping the show going until 12 o'clock p.m. Central, but then we're shutting it down until Monday morning. Once again, Topstep TV will be off the air this afternoon, as well as all day tomorrow, Friday, in observation of July 4th, the 4th of July holiday in the United States. We'll turn the lights back on Monday morning at 7:15. Also, the Independence Day markets are closing early, July 3rd and July 4th, obviously for the same holiday. There you go. If you can, please look at this graphic. This is going to tell you when you need to be flat today and tomorrow. So here's how the holiday will affect the trading hours next week. Today, 12 p.m. Central Time, early close. 5 p.m. Central Time, regular open for July 4th trade date. Tomorrow, the 4th of July, 12 p.m. close, Central Time, early close. Sunday, July 6th, 2025, 5 p.m. Central Time, regular open for the July 7th trade date. That's what I've got. So if you have not gotten that email, you should. You're not signed up with us for some reason or the other. But check your email. We sent that out to all of our top steppers out there. and give you the details and some links also. And that's what I got. I'm going to pass this back to you, Jack. Back to Jack.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Just looking at some of the bond stuff right now. 2-year yields popped off the strong employment number and have been kind of hanging out around 3.89, 3.9. Nothing too special there. We're still
Jack, what
glued.
did you use to trade? What did you use to trade at that company? Was it treasuries or bonds?
Yeah, we used to trade treasury futures against treasury cash across the curve from about the 2-year to the 30-year. So there's a whole bunch of different spreads that you can make along there. But I'd say most of our trading was done, or let's put it this way, because you can put more size on the front because it doesn't move as much. But most of our money was made in the 10-year to 30-year, usually. Those spreads moved more.
I mean, I've traded like options on TLT, but I know that's like inverse of 10-year. I haven't ever touched a treasury futures contract.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken about before. It was very different sort of trading where we weren't really looking at levels in the outrights. Like, besides in a very general case, we didn't care too much what the outrights were doing. It was more of how many times you could sort of hedge yourself in various ways to mean revert on the spreads or combinations of spreads.
Sounds
It was real fun times for a few years around 2009 to 2013, and then some real bad times in 2014 and 2015.
Okay.
Break 40s. That was it. Was that the bet?
That was the bet. And
there you go. $100, Baron.
Is that valid enough
All
for
right.
you, Baron? Or do you want? Yeah. I could even say
I
a
want
cleaner
like
break
a
than this.
close below 40, but
Close below 40.
we can
Okay, that's fair.
It closed on the 100 tick chart.
Yeah, technically 5 minutes. I don't want to get too technical on it, you know.
Okay. Well, let's see if we hold here, because to me that's not a clean break yet. So I'll give you that.
Just on the 100.
It needs to be very clear and decisive. It's like a unanimous decision, right?
Clear and decisive. All right. Can you
Do we want to
people
buy
who are
that
just
dip?
joining, what is this bet? It's 100
The
US
close,
dollars.
The close of the last 5 minute was below 39. So
Oh, okay.
I want to get on that.
Fair enough. Fair. Are you fine with that, Baron? Is that valid enough?
You know, I would. I when I say like break 40s, it would be close below, but I mean, it technically did. Oh.
Are you a technical? Of course, you're a technical guy. You use Edgeful.
Well, yeah, we'll consider it. We'll consider it.
Okay. Let's see how we
Somebody
have
asked-
these 40s.
Somebody asked
For
if the
the
firm
boot,
I was at
man.
is still around. Yes and no. When I discussed the 2014 and 2015 being very bad, the firm kind of ended at that point, but it was reborn. It was bought by a much bigger trading firm that is still around.
Hmm.
All right, I'll be right back, guys.
It was not, shall we say, a great sale. Would have been 2 years before. But.
That's clean enough for me now, Baron. So if you guys look in the YouTube chat, Baron, in the YouTube chat, there's the link. There's the link.
I'll get that.
And I'm still doing it. We still have about an hour left. The more likes we get, for every like, it's $1. We're at about $1,300.
And get my debit card out.
I'm net positive with you now, Baron.
Are you?
We'll have to keep a tracker
Okay,
of
yeah,
that
yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Are there any sports this weekend? We're kind of in the doldrums right now of sports.
Our record is Baron 2 and I'm 1. This is the first one I've won on air.
Well, that's right. We got the NASCAR race in Chicago this weekend.
Should I mute my keyboard while I type in my card number, or should I troll the chat?
Type in your card.
No, they hate.
Yeah, no, I'll allow it, Baron. Go for it.
No, I'll go mute. I'll go mute.
Is there anybody out there savvy enough to get his credit card number just by the sound of his very loud keyboard? We'll see.
Here's a question from CL Trader in the chat. Any talk about back to funded today? I mean, it was an MP tweet, and that's all the information that I have. It's interesting. We will see. Make sure you turn on tweet notifications for MP's account, because that's where all the breaking news happens. But all we can do is hypothesize. It sounds like a program that is going to, potentially offer an option to get back into a funded account if you lose one. So I'm excited for it. It's Topstep continuing to improve our program and our offering to traders. But it's really all I have.
Oh, there you go, Baron.
You're good to go.
I appreciate that.
Gotcha.
Appreciate it.
Good cause. Good cause.
It's for a good cause.
Good stuff. How many likes are we at?
There we go.
There's your 2 to 1 RR.
There's my 2 to 1 RR. I have an upside down win rate, but I'm still net positive with you, Baron.
I know.
Also, Jay, I work full time at Topstep, and I have no idea about that. MP, to the delight of all of us, he's always very excited about new things, and sometimes he gives the preview long before someone like me is
Anyone
ready
else
to
knows
answer
about it?
questions about that. Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah, it's like
who knows?
I can't speak to it. I can only guess.
We'll ask MP next time he's on.
Yes. Yeah. We get the
I thought I
updates
saw him on
from
the schedule. Let's
breaking
get him on
news
here.
Twitter.
I can't tell you the number of times that we have a marketing team here that has these detailed plans for when we're going to release things and how we're going to answer questions and stuff like that. And they'll do all this work and have the date set for, say, a couple weeks from now. And then we get
It
MP on
drops.
YouTube and he starts spitting out the next 15 things we're doing. And I'm just sitting there like,
Well,
okay. Well,
there we go.
somebody slack Danielle.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Dakota, you still in the short? Did you peel any at all? You holding a full position still?
No, I'm still holding. I got a $300. I use it for a more buffer on my stop.
You want to volunteer to be MP's PR manager? Like, sorry, that is not a job that will last long. You can't tame a wild stallion, man.
I think I need a PR manager too.
Let's do it. That's when you're big.
I don't need a PR manager. I just need PR training in general.
Mm.
Some media training, yeah. You just learn
You're
as you
pretty
go.
solid, Baron. I think there's a lot of people on this show occasionally that, may need a little media training before you. But it's usually fun.
Usually fun, not always.
Okay, about an hour left. We're at 1,400 likes. So I'm up. I'm gonna be donating 1,400 so far.
What were we at? 16 the other day?
Yeah, we were at 16 last time. Today we're only at 14. The chat's being easy on me.
We got an hour. Don't wake up the bot
Not an
farm.
hour.
We've definitely
And
done, now that Topstep TV is bigger, we've had more quality controls as far as, trying to set people up technically. And, but if you go back, man, to the early days of Topstep TV, there was some,
Characters.
Maury Povich sort of interviews we had on there. I recall one in particular where I think the individual was perhaps inebriated and on the first cell phone ever made and outside by a turnpike.
It's a little something to take the edge off. It's a lot of pressure talking in front of thousands of people, especially
Oh,
placing
sure.
trades.
Well, it
So
wasn't thousands then. It was more like hundreds.
200.
No, I think the first episode of Topstep TV we had. Oh, JD knows what I'm talking about. I think the first episode of Topstep TV we had like 600 peak concurrent viewers.
Okay, it's a good start.
Mm.
Good start.
And Hoag and Eddie also wore like business casual for it. Like Hoag was in a button down. It was all very cute.
I remember that. Yeah, I think he had a tie on.
Yeah. Oh, that was wild.
This market's gonna just go sideways so far.
It's consolidating.
Would you ever have
Yeah.
that
We went
episode in
low
the
enough
archive?
just to get the $100. That was a stop loss run, I guess. Stop loss of the 100.
Yeah.
Baron, when's the big move?
When's the big move? Probably
Yeah.
Monday.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
oh,
Wow.
oh, oh! You're talking about to Florida. I thought you were talking about
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
shorts.
Oh.
I move on the 14th. So
14th. Okay. Nice.
yeah, I fly down on the 14th. What I'm
Nice.
realizing is I have a lot of stuff in my apartment and I need to get rid of it. And like I'm kind of dreading like moving it all out.
Okay.
I and like
Just gonna sell stuff?
I know I'm not. What is that?
You just gonna sell stuff?
Here's the thing. I don't think I'm gonna be able to sell all of it. I've got like
Gotcha.
I wasn't planning on moving. I just kind of like decided like 2 weeks ago. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna move to Florida. Like, okay, why not?
Right.
I just don't want to move. Like, my friend has a house down there, and like he already has like all the furniture and all that. So
Gotcha.
I'm like thinking about it, and I'm like, I just don't like. I don't want to move it into storage because I don't care enough about the stuff to move it into storage. But at the same time, I'm like, I've probably got like, I don't know, like my mattress was like $2,000 or whatever, and couch and like all the other shit I have. I'm like, I've got a lot of money wrapped up in just like stuff in my apartment.
Yeah.
And I was going to stay in Dallas, but I think moving down to Florida with 2 other guys who also trade, I think it would be cool. So
That is really
sounds like
cool.
fun. Man.
Yeah.
Storage is expensive, man.
Hey, if anyone's
Yeah,
in
it is.
Dallas, and they need some stuff, let me know.
I don't think anyone wants your mattress, man.
No,
Needs
not
some
my
stuff.
mattress, obviously not. But like I've got like a lot of nice like kitchen stuff. Like I've got a nice Dutch oven. I've got some nice stainless steel pans. Stuff like that. I'll probably just end up donating most of it. There's a Goodwill right down the street.
Oh, nice. Seeing a little push here.
200
Buying a low of that range may have been the move. S&P's about to make a new high.
Did we know Bostic was speaking?
Yes, we had mentioned it earlier. We'll keep you updated if he says anything.
I
Nothing in
don't really
red.
pay too much attention to the Fed speakers. I think they're kind of just talking heads. I mean, I pay attention to Powell, but
Yeah, I think it's good to know they're speaking, but you're right. It's probably a lot of the uncertainty has been taken out by that jobs number today.
Not the right time to shift monetary policy given uncertainty.
No, we're up down to 4.7% chance of a cut.
Yeah. Bummer.
Bummer.
Total bummer.
You wanted to cut like yesterday.
Yeah. Well, nothing ever happens. Let's take out the new highs here. I think the last catalyst we have left is Wednesday, seeing if we get any news on tariffs. Remember tariffs?
Tariffs. Tariffs.
Remember
We haven't
tariffs?
heard that word for a while.
It's starting to
'cause
come back in the headlines.
They
little
locked
bit.
Navarro at a cell somewhere. I think Navarro might be at Gitmo. And I
This
think
is
that's
what it
very
did
savvy,
yesterday,
too.
right, Jay? We had that
This is
nice
exactly what
pump,
it did
that nice
yesterday.
rally, and then we just flatlined.
For 5 hours, 50-point range for 5 hours in the Nasdaq. The S&P does look like it wants to keep pushing, right? It keeps making new highs, while the Nasdaq isn't. But yeah, this is exactly like yesterday, Dakota. First hour we rallied, and then we chopped.
Yeah, NQ's hitting, or ES is hitting extension levels. ES just hit the 0.2 extension at 63.25.
Yeah, I still like 63.40s, which is, I mean, it's only another. Sorry, 63.30s. It's only another 5 points, but getting a little extended, lower volume. Everyone's planning out their July 4th right now.
Yeah.
Already on a boat somewhere.
Was it you,
No boats
Jay,
for me.
or Coach Paul that was saying weekly candles very rarely close at the high?
That's a Coach Paul stat. Coach Paul stat. Yeah, there's usually at least a wick on both sides of the weekly candles. Is today today's not technically the last day of the week, right? Because there still is trading tomorrow. But yeah,
Okay.
that's a Coach Paul stat.
The weekly options and so forth do expire today, though.
Okay.
Because the stocks are
Yeah.
closed tomorrow.
Do you have
Future.
options levels that we should be looking at in the S&P, Jack?
23,000. That's
Blown through a lot of them at this point. Looking over at the SPX. Maybe where are we at right now? I mean, we're kind of at the last one I have here for the ones expiring today. 62.80, which we're kind of right at right now. So that would be maybe, let's call it 63.30.
Gotcha. 4 points away.
Traders OS, will there be MOC today? That's a really good question. I don't know. Anyone know that out there?
Someone
I don't
does.
plan on being here at that time.
whenever the market closes.
Yeah, I assume
Like,
they would.
You still have people putting in those large orders, right?
I assume so.
there's no change in that.
Dan Emmons got us. Yeah, 11:50. So just like usual, 10 minutes before the close, we'll get the MOC numbers.
Remember, at the close today, we will be officially done with half of the trading days for the year. It's 250 trading days in 2025. After today, we got 125 to go. So if you want to do a review over the long weekend of how you've done for the beginning of the year, first half of the year, perfect time to do it.
I always thought it was 252.
It changes every once in a while, I guess, based on the holidays and things like that. But this year is 250. I'll share a link in the chat for a website that you could look at the calendar.
Yeah, Topstep be sending out trade reports on that first half of the year.
Maybe.
Sure, we could. We used to do some roundups like that. I'm kind of out of things at 63.30. I got nothing. Under 2 hours to go today. We got about 23 minutes until the Europe close. Nothing too much off the wire from Bostic.
I
Just
might just let
watching
this
this
trade run to
blue.
the close. I'm just gonna go sideways.
Yeah. S&P is still pushing.
These seem
but
like
the
big
Nasdaq
moves, but they're not. 8 points.
You're on a 1 second
Yeah,
chart.
we're still not up 1%. We're almost there on the NQ.
This looks ready to pop. If it doesn't pop here, then I would expect it to go back to the lows. But this looks ready to
the lows.
run up.
Well, that's a good risk reward.
Lows of the range.
Yeah, lows of the range.
Oh,
And that.
I mean, lows of the.
Okay.
No. Like the 40 spec.
Sell it all today.
Somebody at some point. Man, that knee-jerk reaction looks so small now off of the NFP number. That was a great trade fading the pullback there, Jay.
Yeah, man. You always wish you sized up in the good ones, but hopefully everyone saw how to manage a trade with that one, right? Scaling in and out, adding to a loser, right? Even though I didn't call it before.
Always thought that I've I see a lot of people have it. They're like, oh, dude, if I would have had, 3 mini cons on or whatever it is, but then when you size up on the next one, it's not a trade, and then
Exactly.
what ends up happening? You end up losing more than you should, and you can start to go on tilt off that.
Yeah, you got to have enough confidence to take your trade setups, but enough self-awareness to say that this doesn't have to work, right? And if I over leverage into this one, then it could blow the account. So,
yeah, I think dynamic sizing is a lot of new people struggle with that when you're newer to trading.
I am short from 23,052.
23,052. Yeah, one of the things I like that I saw Dakota do is if it's a counter trend trade, you take less size, right? So counter trend, if you're shorting a uptrending market, you'll take it with micros, and then if you're getting in with the trend, if you're buying it, if you're going to trade both sides, then you trade it with the right size. That's a form of dynamic sizing, right? Where those counter trend trades are probably not going to pay you as much. It's not worth as much risk.
Yeah, like counter trends, possibly smaller size, with the trend, bigger size. The dynamic sizing can be very important, and it depends on, are you a new trader? Are you experienced with that? Is it going to overcomplicate? Is it going to be an issue with the way you view the markets? My suggestion for someone who's brand new is stay small the entire time, right? Until you find that consistency. Don't need to overcomplicate it too much.
For sure.
I usually tell people, if you're leaning into sizing, it's you figure out what size you're normally comfortable with. Say it's 5 micros. You start at 5 micros and you journal you journal your emotional state for each trade. If you're scaling properly, if you're adjusting your stops properly, if you're getting greedy, whatever it is, and then you do that for 2 weeks. Then you bump the size up to 7 or 8 micros, and you do the same thing. If anything changes, then it tells you you're not comfortable with that size. If everything's completely fine, then you bump up to 10 micros. But once you're at 10 micros, I think you have to start to consider, okay, how much drawdown do I have? Am I able to sustain a loss streak? And there's loss streak charts that you can check based off your win rate percentage. So within a 100 trade period, if you have a 50% win rate, you'll see that in order to sustain, once you get to 8 losses in a row, that's like an 18% probability. So typically, I tell people, as long as you can sustain a loss streak where it's within 20% of that, it's kind of hard to explain it. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of it.
Okay.
I have it on my. I'm actually doing a risk management class today, so I have a slide of it.
I see that, Jay.
So
I see what you're doing.
This is the chart for if you can sustain a loss streak. So if you have a 50% win rate at 8 trades, if you have an 8 trade loss streak, the probability of that happening is 16%. So typically I tell people make sure it's under 20%. That's what you want to see for like a sustainable loss streak. So if you have a 60% win rate, you want to be able to sustain a 6 loss streak. As you go up, your loss streaks will be less common. The other thing is you can also inverse this chart. So if you got a 65% win rate, your probability of seeing a 6 winning streak, 7 winning streak is 82%. So you might get a little cocky or egotistical if you're like, oh, I haven't lost a trade in 7 trades, 6 trades, whatever it is. But that's just it's a high probability within a 100 trade period when you're on that win streak.
Thank you for sharing that, Baron.
And it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, right? I've talked to a lot of people who like to play, like, for example, roulette. Is it going to be red 8 times in a row? So you bet on black or something. And it's like, that's not really how it works. Every single time you place a trade, every single time they spin that ball on the roulette table, it's still same odds to land on red or black. I know it's hard to think. It's like, man, I've seen traders, I've seen people lose a lot of money on roulette that just like 10 blacks in a row, 11 blacks in a row, 12 blacks in a row. And it's like, I'll just keep doubling because, eventually it's going to be red. And then they lose it all. Same with trading. It's like, this one's going to be the winner. And then they lost.
Unless you have the outside information that the wheel is rigged in some way or something, then perhaps.
Yeah. Gambler's fallacy.
Yeah. A more savvy gambler, now this would probably never happen, would be like, I watched them spin the roulette wheel 5,000 times, and it was 60% black. Oh, then, my friend, something is awry.
Yeah.
There has been people from MIT that I forget when this was, but they figured out a system to determine where, like, within a 5 period or like a 5 number range where the ball would land, because the table was like slightly tilted because all the chips had been sitting there and it weighed it down, or like you got someone spinning the ball a certain way. There are things that change those probabilities, but to be able to just go in, and just, well, it hit black 60% of the time. It's like, well, if
you have a large enough sample, that would not happen if it was a fair roulette wheel. I'm saying that on a large enough number of samples, you could tell if something was off, like a loaded dice.
Correct.
I've heard of people, you don't want to do this because, card counting is fine. They made it harder with the constant, basically impossible with the auto shuffling shoes that they use now. But, you do that, you just ask to leave. Some of the roulette things veer into pure cheating. I think people have, with some sort of electronic device that's hidden, trying to like get the probabilities in real time of where it'll land, like between which numbers based on where the ball is going around. That's a good way to get your hand broken.
Card counting's fine till they kick you out or they take you to a back room.
This market's not doing anything, chat. This is what we're talking about.
It is moving to the upside. I did say consolidate or move to the upside. I didn't think we'd get a pullback.
Yeah, it's right back to the top of this range.
Yeah.
We were testing the bottom at the 40s. Now we're testing the tops at these 60s.
I mean, ES is ES still moving up? Yeah, ES is hitting further extensions. Jay, we're coming up on that 6330 level that you were looking at.
Yeah, we are. Yes, we are. What were we, 2 points away from it at the high? Yeah, this is just a slow grind. Let me see something here. I was looking at delta numbers before. Delta in the S&P is positive 4,300. So congruent with direction. Let's see if they start to sell, though, if they don't get price in their favor. Positive 800 in the NASDAQ. Nice little pullback here.
Massive 4-point pullback in the S&P.
Huge move.
Huge.
Darren, we have something very exciting for you.
Oh, is it
Your
James
whole
with the
week.
news?
Possible
Is it James
weekend.
with the news?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it is James.
This week? Or today, I guess.
Well,
it's the news from
find
Reddit.
it out.
I'll have you know, one of
Hello,
these
James.
stories is from CNN, not just Reddit. But yeah, most of it's from Reddit. Yeah.
Hey,
before
at
we
least
get
it will be more
started,
interesting than what's going on with the market right now.
yeah, that's true. But before we get started, before we hit any news articles, Jack was talking about day one of TopstepTV. I'm the Topstep historian. I screenshot everything all the time. This is my Hoag's first day at school photo. But this is from day one of TopstepTV.
Looks like he's trying to sell me a Honda Pilot.
It looks like he really needs this sale to go through. Or oh, geez.
In retrospect, we should have asked Hoag to wear a purple tie.
Is this a Snapchat filter? What is this?
This is the royalty-free elementary school first day binder order that Google gave me. I'm very good at Google. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about Google. I'm here to talk about the news stories you need to go into this long holiday weekend, including this one, a real image submitted into an AI-generated photo contest won. That's right. They wanted to say, submit your AI stuff. It's an AI contest. We want the best AI picture. And some photographers said, yeah, we'll see. And he submitted this very real picture of a flamingo. It's just weird enough for you to think maybe AI could have done this. You know, it has those weird contorting AI movement to it. But this is an actual real photo of a flamingo, just in an awkward pose. And this image won both the jury selection and the public vote. So it swept the AI competition. And when the photographer announced that it was actually a real photo, and he did it as a way to prove that the human touch will always beat the AI generated images, he was immediately disqualified. But the people who organized this did say that they saw his point. They were like, yeah, we get it. We respect it. People should still be taking photos. So that's good at least. But yeah, interesting. I don't know if someone showed me this image and asked me if it's real or AI, I would say, who cares? But that's why I'm here to tell you.
The humans are fighting back.
The humans are revolting. Next up, and don't worry, guys, in the back, there's no CNN clip you should be looking for. This is the article from CNN. Chuck E. Cheese is coming back for adults. That's right. You can go to Chuck's Arcade. There's 10 different locations open now across America. The closest one to us here in Chicago is in Kansas City, Missouri. If you think
they should bring like roulette and blackjack tables in there. You can drop the head off.
That's called bells.
Yeah, you gotta get pat down at the door by Chucky himself. He takes you out back and throws you against a wall if you're counting the cards.
Robotic burlesque dancers and stuff. It's got legs.
They're saying it's got legs, but they said that they have over 500 locations that are going bankrupt in the original Chuck E. Cheese branded, kid arcade. This is their way of trying to revitalize the brand for adults. They're saying the kids that helped Chuck E. Cheese become what it was are now adults themselves. If you think at least this one just seems like a cool place to grab a beer and play some video games, don't worry. It also has the terrifying animatronic Chuck E. Cheese and his whatever band that was called. They're all there. It's exactly the same nightmare scenario you remember, but with less.
Did they keep the pizza the same?
They do have pizza. I don't know if it tastes the same though. But as a kid, I liked the pizza. I liked it. I don't know what it was.
Gas station pizza is better than Chuck E. Cheese pizza. Terrible.
That's a hot take. Okay.
Hot take.
Hot take. Anyway, I'm gonna find a way to get down to Kansas City to go to Chuck's. My last story for you. I've
still
seen this
fight there?
everywhere.
Go ahead.
Is there a fight there? I don't know.
That's what Chuck E. Cheese's are for now. You just go there and get in fist fights.
You go to fist fights with other parents.
Yep.
Travis Kelce recently hosted Saturday Night Live, and he's coming out and saying the hardest part of hosting SNL was the table read because he can't read that well. Kind of an effed situation. And I get it. I mean, sure, the guy, he plays in front of thousands of people all the time for every game, but then you're sitting in a table read and you look across and there's Keenan Thompson. I'd forget how to read too.
I don't believe him because he used well and not good. Can't read that well. Sounds like somebody that can read and is playing a dum-dum for clout.
He might be. He's trying to push his way into Hollywood more. He had a reoccurring role in an FX series, Grotesquerie, and he'll soon appear in Happy Gilmore 2 alongside Adam Sandler. So we'll see. Hopefully he can read good that script, because we're all going to watch that movie when it comes out. I know I will.
Maybe they can get an audiobook for it.
Yeah, listen to the audiobook of the script. Just listen to these lines, repeat it back like a song. Anyway, that's your news for the day. Everyone have a great 4th of July weekend. Stay safe. Jack, I'll see you and JD later. We're going to go gallivanting around the city and call it work. But otherwise, I'll turn it back over to you in these markets.
Thank you for that, James.
And nothing has happened in the market. Nothing has happened in the market.
We got what constitutes a pullback.
What constitutes a pullback? 5 points?
Yes, we are more than 5 points away from the high of the day in the ES, which is a market crash as far as I'm concerned right now.
Biggest pullback we've seen all day.
And he's still holding up on the highs.
All right, 5 minutes. London closes in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was just thinking that there could be a little pullback ahead of our European brethren shutting it down.
Dom with a nice call in the chat. The Dow looks like it's rolling over a little bit. It looked like the leader to the upside early. Starting to turn.
Let's see what's cooking in the Dow today. Always one of my favorite pastimes.
Just got an order for 200. Oh, big spike on NASDAQ.
There we go. Did a bid just come in? What was that?
We had a pop for like 500 volume off that.
Yep. Interesting. Nothing in the S&P.
I would be cautious. That you might see a drop off that. Dakota, are you still in short?
Yeah, I mean, my stop loss is 104. I'm down 18 points on 3 micros. Nothing's happening in this market right now.
Yeah.
It's what, like $120 somewhere in there?
Yeah, it's not much at all. I'm down $100. But I was up 100. So scratch for the day.
I would see if that pop gets faded. We might get the pullback here. Your short might start working, Dakota.
That looked like a blow off top for sure.
Potential to be a blow off top here.
I have little hope of any movement here.
Yeah, that could have been it. That might be good for about 50 points right there, Dakota. Nice trade. Nice hold.
Could all just reverse at the European close.
Nice hold.
A lovely summer day here in the markets. Dakota, I hope you're
It's the
vindicated
weather
on
in
this.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Is
Summer
it a good
day.
summer day in Chicago?
I think it is. I haven't been outside yet.
Mm.
The internet is telling me it's 86 degrees and sunny.
You need some more sun, Jack.
I'm not this pale. I have never been able to figure out the lighting in here. I assure you that while I am pale, I am not the ghostly pallor that I show up here. We'll do a compare contrast. when those
Summer,
trader
short
videos
week,
come out.
4th of July, right before the weekend. Man. And we're flatlined.
Well, it's kind of what we expected.
We're at
Yesterday,
1,500
we got-
likes, though. Chat's
doing some
pumping the
good
numbers
here.
up. Yeah, we have 30 minutes left.
Get us to 2K. Let's get us to 2K. Make them pay.
Get us to 2K. I heard you were gonna do something too, Jay.
I did the other day. We'll see. I'm
Okay.
full of surprises. Full of surprises.
I'll keep egging everyone on. Who else can I get to donate?
I'll do it at some point. Don't want to step on your parade here, Dakota.
It's for one of my favorite things. Charity.
Dakota going for that Walter Payton Man of the Year award.
Well, the
When
market
my,
won't move, so gotta get something.
You know what market's moving right now? The Mexican peso. It is rallying. New highs of the day.
Have we come to that?
Underlay.
Just got a notification it hit a target. It's rallying.
Egads, boys, we're trading pesos.
You know, on the trading floor,
Yeah.
that was in the currencies. That peso pit was really, really busy. It was one of the newer
Really?
pits, and it really did take off here. When it was open outcry.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Trades
There's a ton of trade between Mexico and the United States. But I have never traded a currency in my life besides foreign ATMs or something like that.
I've never touched Forex either.
Why, Baron? Bad experience?
Why? No. I looked into it, and it was there's a lot of from what I understand, spreads can be difficult, and I just never touched it. I've just stuck
Yeah,
with
you're right.
futures.
I mean, it's not a centralized exchange, right? And that's what
Yeah,
one of
we
the
have no
biggest issues
volume
in Forex was spread manipulation, synthetic spreads, and it was a mess. But the thing is, you could trade currency futures, and it's centralized here. It's centralized currency futures, and the spread's not bad at all.
Yeah, I'd be interested in maybe looking at them more. I mean, they're slower trades. It reminds me a little bit of bonds where there's less speculation going on as opposed to just massive hedging of, I mean, I assume I don't trade the currencies, but just from things I know about trade, I expect that a huge proportion of the trades going on in currency are just hedging currency risk
Mm.
for international trade. Similar to bonds,
Canadian
like
dollar's
bond
been on a
futures
nice trend.
are the cheapest way for everyone who's a big player to go out and hedge their interest rate risk. Banks, mortgages. It's like a true future in that respect, in the spirit of why futures were created.
As a hedge.
What's all the
That's where
what's the weirdest product we can trade on Topstep?
micro Ethereum futures. I think it's like 20 or it's like 5 cents a tick.
That's not that weird.
You know, Jay didn't even
About what?
hesitate, which is amazing. There wasn't a no, he knew right away.
It's,
We
You're
trade
good,
like
man.
soybeans.
soybeans is not weird.
It's not weird.
You think
Micro Ethereum.
soybeans are less weird than micro Ethereum?
Yeah. Well, I came from crypto. I came from the crypto space, so
Okay, you're used to the Ethereum in this, but soybeans is normal.
Ooh, I'm allowed to trade the peso.
I know you guys did that lean hogs competition last year. Is that
Mhm.
Stetson hat? Did you guys run that again this year?
That's for cattle.
I thought it was lean hogs last year.
Mm. I
A
thought it
long
was
time ago,
cattle.
we had a silver competition when we had Topstep on Topstep Squawk Radio on the trading floor. Silver competition. That was
Ooh.
fun.
What'd you give away?
Oh, I don't remember. I think it was cash prize, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. Pat
I'm
on
gonna do
the
what you
ass
did,
and
Jay.
a
I'm adding to
Yahoo.
this.
Okay.
Sorry,
How
go
many
ahead,
were you
Eddie.
short?
Was 3, now 4. But yeah, go ahead, Eddie. I'm
Okay.
I heard a story about Tom Sajnoff and then brought like a bunch of silver to the SIBO too many years ago.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Maybe in his fillings. I don't know. He had
Also,
bad teeth.
wow, shots fired. Also, as we become a bigger company, we have like lawyers and stuff now. And I don't know if any of you guys have tried to run a sweepstakes or raffle by the rules of the law, but it is a tremendous pain in the ass. Absolutely tremendous. They want to monopolize that
Yes,
state
yes.
lottery. It is very hard to give cool prizes away.
Which is a shame.
So, Baron, the reason I said micro Ethereum futures, if you traded a 1 lot today and caught the high tick for a short and bought the bottom tick, you made $7. So, I don't know that we have any traders that are trading it, honestly. It trades a decent amount of volume. Traded 57,000 contracts today. But yeah, it's I don't know if it's worth the mental capital to trade.
I haven't paid much attention to crypto markets in like a year and a half, so I don't even know what spot
Micro
prices
Bitcoin
are.
is a great one.
Do you
Besides
own any crypto?
Bitcoin. Huh?
Do you own any crypto, Baron?
No, I got rid of most of it this year.
Wow. Okay, that's impressive. You're the first person under the age of 30 that I know that doesn't own any crypto.
Well, I did, but I got rid of most of it this year.
I
have a little bit in. I have a little bit in like a Phantom wallet or something, but yeah, all my Coinbase, I don't have anything left.
I've owned the ETF for a bit as part of a trade I was doing, but yeah, I don't have it either at the moment.
Good job, Rhonda. Locking out at 3:47. That's the way to go. Start that weekend early, Rhonda.
There's those 30s or close to it, 29s in the S&P.
Yeah, if we bust through those 30s, maybe if we came back below. But, you know, then I'll have to drink the syrup if we lose on it. So that's weighing on me.
Here we go.
That's why I have a wide stop loss and small size. Can't drink that syrup.
Someone comments all the Mag 7 are green now, but nothing like spectacular. Nvidia and Microsoft both up 1.6%.
I'm pushing
Google
highs.
just flipped into positive.
130 offered up at 23,100s in the NASDAQ. See if we can go get those.
I'm down.
Would you
200
add any more to
bucks.
this, Dakota?
No, I think this is it.
No.
I'm down
Gotcha.
$200.
Okay.
Mean Gene passing a combine and did 667 on his XFA. Mean Gene, we will see you next week. Have a great weekend.
Have a great week, Mean Gene. And nice Eddie. Nice guy, Eddie. I believe that we have a few announcements to toss out there to close this up.
Yeah, Shay. Yeah, nice guy, huh? Yes. Yes, if you really want to keep the conversation on trading flowing, go to the retirement home. They'll talk your ear off. No, I'm just kidding. Even over the long weekend, make sure that you're in our Topstep Discord. Well, we've got over 156,000 traders in our Discord. There's always someone to talk to, trading with. Now, find like-minded traders. Special coaching sessions from Topstep. We even have your language if you speak a different language much better than what we do here in English. Go find that room. It's that channel. You speak in your language. Coaches that you won't find anywhere else will be there. And check out the link in chat. There it is, posted on top. Look up top to become part of the largest, yes, the largest, the biggest trading community Discord out there. Be a part of it. That's what I've got. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
What time? I have some people asking in my Discord what time they need to have positions closed by on Topstep. So 11:30 or 11:15.
It's in the email.
And which time zone
good
are you
question.
in?
Central.
Central. Let
Good
me
question.
get confirmation in that from in back.
I think I
When
have
somebody
a
tosses
screenshot
that
somewhere.
into the Slack, we'll be on it.
Today, combines need to be closed by 11:45 a.m. Express funded accounts 11:45.
What,
Live accounts
11:30 is when the market's closed?
11:30.
Central time. Central time. Yeah.
There you go. Central time. There we go. It's on the screen.
Yeah. Live accounts. There it is. Thank you, James. James.
Baron, you were saying before 92% probability of 116s trade out. Was that the first level of the extension, or was there something before that? Or
No,
is there something
so
after
there's
that?
we just hit the 0.2, which is 23,090. That has a 96% chance of hitting. The 0.3, it's the same percent chance. So if you're going for the 0.2, might as well go for the 0.3. We're coming up on that. That's 103, and then 116 is that 0.4.
So where are you drawing
where's like a
those
50-50
fibs from?
probability?
Was that, Jack?
Go ahead, Jack.
Where are you drawing those fibs from?
It's based off the 45-minute IB. So
Okay.
if I was to draw my extensions, it would be like this. I have TradingView open because I have an indicator that comes from Edgeful. Like Edgeful has a custom indicator package. So this is, if you were to draw it without the indicator, you can just use fib extensions with the negative 0.2, negative 0.3, negative 0.4, negative 0.5 to get those. So we just hit the negative 0.3. The next one up is negative 0.4.
And I am flat. Total is minus 332.
Not bad. Not bad. Good risk management.
Minus 332 bucks.
Okay. This is the last level of interest that I have. Right now we are at SPX 6281. Call's getting paid today.
Those 30s in the S&P. Can we find some buyers up here? Damn, I really could have held to 100.
You could have held to that.
Slow.
That's the target you wanted.
Yeah, right? It is what it is. Just a grind up. So I think I know my game plan for July 23rd, 2026, because this is now 2 years in a row. And of course, the pattern's going to break next year. But just buy it and walk away. I need to look at 2023 now.
Someone commented but used the F word, so I'll just read it without it. Ooh, the F's buying it here. Well, one thing that happens as we're drifting higher is that there's forced buying in the futures as we roll through call levels to hedge their delta. Different delta than we talk about on here, but as for market makers and options, as the price is rising in this, they are forced to automatically buy at whatever price it is to hedge their options positions. And I think that's a lot of it. That happens in a lot of different markets for various reasons. In bonds, as well, as people are, they're hedging their interest rates. It can lead to some strong directional moves. You'll be like, who's selling it here or something? Well, they just have to, so they don't pull a Silicon Valley Bank.
Hey, Coach J, you're #1 ranked. Look at that.
Keep typing in the chat, Eddie. There's a lot of good comments in there today.
I don't know. I've been typing it. There's a secret to it. It's not just quantity.
It's quality.
Quality.
If I'm #1, it's quality.
Okay.
As we pump the new highs, we do have one more stats pack with the Doherty himself behind that brick wall in the green room. Take us away.
I'll change up the brick wall this weekend for you, Jake. It's getting old, I know. We gotta start shaking things up a little bit. All right, here are your funded trader hot streaks from yesterday. Up at the top, we got Jason B. Picked up $530 trading the MNQs. Now on a 41-day heater worth $20,526. Jason L. made $219, also trading the MNQ. 35 days worth $9,133. Azeta, $765, also trading MNQ. 33 days worth $14,819. Sylvain, $225. Micro NASDAQ, 32 days worth $9,766. And Vincent S. rounds out our top 5 hot streaks, picking up $608, trading micro gold yesterday. Now on a 32-day hot streak worth $18,382. There are 3 names from yesterday not on the board today. Dan T., who was our hot streaks leader after 58 days and $12,628 in profits, took about a $500 knock yesterday, taking him off the list. Don't cry for Dan, though. He took over $6,000 in payouts from that hot streaks account. So congratulations to Dan for being on the board as long as you were. Brandon S. and Christoph, 2 other traders from our list yesterday, did not trade. Christoph, if you remember, is our lone Russell trader on the hot streaks board. There it is, folks. We'll have some more interesting stuff to show you on Monday after the holiday. Catch you all in a bit.
Thank you very
Instead
much.
Instead of a stone wall, you got to make it a stone wall instead of a brick wall. Someone says.
A stone wall? Sure, we can do that.
Yeah.
A money wall? There's all kinds of walls.
It's tough. I'm open to suggestions. It's weird to figure out what you want to put on a green screen behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Just by the nature of how big our setups are, I don't have a really good place to have a background that is also quiet. Need one of those neon lights like Baron.
Yeah.
Is that for Baron trades?
Yeah. BT, Baron trades. It's got little wicks on the B and the T. Makes it look like a candle.
Yeah. Need to hook you up with a little more wall art.
Well, I had wall art. It just fell off my walls.
If you're gonna go full streamer, you need to paint that wall on the right side of the frame like an accent wall, like
Well,
some real bright
I'm
orange or
moving,
something.
Jack. I'm moving.
Okay.
We'll have
When you go to Florida, just
the
saying.
setup. The setup I'll have. There's a big wall behind me, and we were thinking about putting a projector in there, so you can put like whatever you want on the back of the projector in the background.
I like it, like a physical green screen.
I could put up the Topstep logo on there if you want.
Yeah, there you go.
Lovely. Accent walls are out of date? Sure. I have no idea.
Where are you moving at in Florida? The north or the south?
Tampa.
Okay.
Darren moving in as Gabe is leaving.
Isabel
Pretty
says,
sucks.
Baron, I make 3D wall art. You interested? Nice.
Ooh.
Send us some pictures, Isabel.
Yeah, hit me up on
Hashtag
Instagram.
Power Hour.
What do you think about this short here, Jack?
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
No, I'm not going to do it. In part because
we're giving you the check marks. We're giving you the check marks.
Give me the check marks that don't do it or to do it.
Don't do it.
I'm not going to do it, and here's why. With the way this market's moving, is I'm going to be stuck. I'm going to lose another hour of what could be an otherwise wonderful day. Sitting here, like that's what happened yesterday. It was like death by a cut. I sat for 2 hours here. I had to eat my lunch at my desk. Had to like sit around just to watch me lose 6 points on one ES because it took forever.
Yeah.
This is the last sort of interesting option level. I mean, there's a case to be made that I'm not going to do it. I'm just devil's advocate.
We're coming into
I'm not
close. It's there's no sellers in this market either. The CVD's been positive all day, and it's continued to move higher and higher.
Yep.
The only case I can make is we're kind of in a synthetic power hour going into the weekend. We are open tomorrow though, so that's a check against that. I do think that if we can't rally much more, I mean, all the SPX options for what level is it? 6280 that expired today, like those are going to start getting closed. And as we get closer to the bell, there's going to be less need for the dealers to hedge them. So if we can't break through this, maybe we get a pullback. But that's not good enough for me.
I mean, those 50s and 60s was the only level I seen for a trade. And we consolidated there for over, what, an hour and a half?
Yep. Yeah, kind of just sitting here.
Mm-hmm.
I took it in a practice account just so we I know we're getting off air in a couple minutes, but let's just see.
You guys got any plans for the 4th? Anything crazy? Anything crazy going on in Utah, Dakota?
Fireworks, man. Always fireworks.
Fireworks and guns?
I don't know. I might go on a lake. There's some places here where you go on to like a jet ski and they launch fireworks from islands. I don't know. No plans.
Well, we're going to be tooling around Chicago this afternoon to film some stuff for Topstep. I believe one of us has a company card, so that's always fun to do. Then,
oh, geez, nice.
Tomorrow, going to my parents. Saturday, gotta be careful who can hear this. Not really looking forward to gotta mobilize the whole family to drive a couple hours south of here for a anniversary of a campground that my wife's grandparents lived at. So that's going to be. I've traded that experience to go golfing on Sunday, so I'm looking forward to that.
Nice.
I'm going to be doing the Rib Fest tonight with my daughter. We're going to be
nice.
filming that.
Ooh.
And McCook Rib Fest, bands, carnival rides. I got a bunch of stuff here. So I'm looking forward to that. I'll share that with everyone.
I'm messaging Gabe. I think we might do a little meetup in Tampa. He doesn't move till December.
There you go. It's a great time to move back to Chicago. Let me tell you that.
In December.
right when it starts getting cold.
Cold. The city's frozen in December. What are you doing this weekend, Baron?
Going out on a lake on a boat. Me and some friends rented like a 50-person boat. So doing that in the morning. And then I don't personally like tables and bottle service and stuff like that, but my friend was like, I got tables for the weekend. I was like, okay, I'll come.
I was gonna say that was a big caveat, Aaron, just to say I'm getting bottle service and tables.
Yeah, I didn't.
I don't like doing it, but I'm doing it.
He said it was covered.
There you go.
Real quick, there's a couple questions in chat that keep repeating. We're going to be closing here at 12 noon Central Time. And I do believe Dan told us earlier that there will be an MOC. I think, what was that, Jack? 11:58 here today, Central Time?
11:50.
11:50? Okay.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, it sounds better.
As mentioned, I planned to not be here for it.
I might join you, Jay, on that short.
You guys want
I
it?
mean, just in practice, risking the highs, but Baron, what are you guys putting on the sign for your bottle service?
I don't know. I didn't pay for it. I don't get it.
We saw an example. Someone had SPY 700 calls on their board. You need to put something up there.
Yeah.
Well, he
subscribe to TopstepTV on there.
He's not a trader.
Oh, there you go.
Full port NQ.
Thanks, NASCrack.
NASCrack.
Well, what an exciting day
Beth,
here.
I'm sorry.
Jay with a hell of a week. Good trading this week, Jay.
Thank you, Jack.
Beth, tomorrow, 12 o'clock early close. We will not be here, Beth. 12 p.m. Central Time. Check your emails, folks. I know that we sent out, I think, a couple of them with all the details on today, tomorrow. But don't worry, we'll be back. Fire up the machine Monday.
Well, stick around because we still got a little bit more going on today. I think there will be a morning recap, but regardless, after which Bobby T is back on Topstep TV. Started strong with his live funded account. He's going to be joined today by, I am definitely not stalling, Gabe and Dolby. So those two will be there. Maybe Dolby will have on his pineapple shirt. You know, good times follow with that. But guys, thanks for joining today. I know it was a little slow. It's a little bit of a weird day. Dakota, what's your final tally for breast cancer dollars?
Right now we're at 1,600, same as Monday. So, yeah, we'll see. We have 4 more minutes. Jay, the short's working out now.
Yeah, it is a little bit.
When my would you ever do because my dad went through cancer in like 07, 08, 09, and so he was in the music industry. We did raffles for like sound equipment, like mics, stuff like that. Some memorabilia out of stuff like that. I think it would be cool to potentially do a raffle for some stuff, Dakota.
Ooh. Should I do a raffle for some stuff?
I think it's a good.
I'll have to double check. I'll have to double check to make sure everything.
Do it independently. Just do it and don't talk to our lawyers. This can't be through Topstep. I can't emphasize that enough. That's all on you and whatever LLC you have out of Utah.
It'd be a personal thing.
I mean, yeah, if Dakota happens to get a gift card to the Topstep shop and buys all the gear.
This short's working out now, Jay.
It
I'll
is.
give, I'll give
it
you some
is.
pants to raffle off, Dakota. Okay, I'll give you
Some
some
what?
pots and pans. I'll give you some pots
Pots
and
we're
pans.
raffling off Baron's
Cast iron
apartment.
skillet.
We're raffling off this stuff out of my apartment.
There you
So
go.
you don't have
If
to
you
worry
want
about taking it when you move.
Baron's mattress, if you want Baron's cutlery, we're all raffling it off. It's going to be great. Thanks everyone watching today. Glad you could spend this day before the break with us. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Turn off, hang out with your family and friends, or anyone else. Find your community. That's all for Fast Markets right now. We're going to take a quick break and be right back. Talk to you then. Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today. Hey, friends and traders. It's the morning recap. Hoag's on vacation, so me and JD are taking another swing at it. Not a ton of trades made so far in this shortened day. But JD, tell us about what happened in opening call with your opening range trades.
For sure. We were looking at gold early on. Regular trading hours in gold opens at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. We did have that big non-farm payrolls due out at 7:30, so we held off on the gold trade. See right up here. Oh, where'd you go, gold? Up here, pretty much where the opening range was. Looking at the 1 minute chart, it signaled a breakout to the downside. We did not take the trade, and then obviously, here's your NFP candle. The short side was the right side of the opening range trade, but we held off just because we didn't want to get caught up in the kerfuffle or a knee-jerk reaction, get wiped out, and so we just didn't take it. We did, however, move over to crude oil at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Regular trading hours open for crude. It signaled along. We got we got shimmied out of this one too. So here's our opening range in crude. Well, our first few minutes of trade, I should say, up here, looking at a 3 minute chart. It missed us to the short side. It was pretty wide opening range, over 25 ticks, I believe. It missed our trigger to the downside. It missed our short trigger by just a single tick, and then rallied back to put us into a long position right at the top of the range. And we were only 2 ticks in profit on that trade before it just started coming right back down. Ended up getting stopped on that one for a minor paper cut, $164. No big deal. And then we see crude traded sideways again for a little while before eventually selling off into this hour. So that's where we are with those opening range trades. One trade minus $160 on the day. What else is happening with the house account today, Jack?
Well, let's throw it over to my charts. Trades today. So we had Baron Dakota J on. Baron was locked out, made like $280 last night. Jay came in. We're looking at the NQ chart right now. Jay got long off the retrace from the knee-jerk candle off NFP, and he made about $850 on that trade. And then he got long again and trailed it and got stopped out, I believe, with a total P&L of $1,071, at which point he locked out for the day. Dakota tried to go for the little pullback here on just a couple. I think he had like 3 MNQs on, got stopped out at 23. Oof. Maybe got stopped out at the highs there, but it was a small loss, just a couple $100. Great trading this week from Jay. On the ES, what can I say? If you weren't in there for that dip, it's been grinding higher pretty much all day with only some very small pullbacks. The only trade we considered taking in the house account was, a short at the end off this last options level from the SPX, but I'm glad we didn't because we'd be sitting at a break even right now and we would have a trade on for this very slow last hour. So that was our trade there for the week. Anything else you want to hit on here, JD?
Looking at that ES chart, I want to give a shout out to our man, John Hoagland. Looking at a 15-minute chart of the ES, bounced off of, let's actually go down to a 5-minute. Look at this weekly kickoff high level here. Held as a resistance all night long. Popped above it right after the NFP number. Came back. Man, if you bought that weekly kickoff high, that was the trade of the day. Always have those weekly kickoff levels up on your charts. Hoag spends a lot of time putting them together, and they are usually very, very magnetic. So keep an eye on those. Shout out to Hoag. That's it. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Yeah,
safe
and
for
once
it.
again,
Don't blow any fingers off.
You're all adults, so trade whatever you want in this last hour here. Just be aware. I see a lot of people once again wondering who's buying it here. Options expire. The weekly options that usually expire on Friday are expiring today. Stocks are closed tomorrow, and we're still at some levels where there's a lot of calls that are expiring pretty soon. So just be careful. It can always go higher. Those people are forced to buy as it goes up. But I'll echo what JD said. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody, but don't leave quite yet because Bobby T is in the green room. Him and Gabe and Dolby, the Florida man and the aspiring Florida man, Dolby, are going to rip it up for this last hour and then get a Hibarito or something. So with that, we're going to take a real quick break to transition here. We'll be back with a little more Topstep TV to send you in the weekend. Let's go.
Good morning. It is Rising Star. We got Bobby and Dolby in the house. We're going to close up this day strong. Bobby, it's been a couple weeks. What's been going on? How are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Still had loads of work going on in the house, but I've been trading where I can.
Ooh.
And it's been okay. It's not been great, but it's been okay.
Kind
Took
of
a big
a
payout.
sell-off here. Look at this,
Yeah, I noticed it.
Bobby. Are you the lucky guy? You're gonna bring some volatility to these markets. We're down 10, 12 points right now. Bring you on more
Wow.
Yeah,
often if
Dolby.
things are slow.
Here's
Look at
these
this thing
80s.
go.
Here's these 70s,
Was it
80s that
Biden?
we're looking for.
Why
This is
they
true,
did?
actually. Yes.
What are we thinking?
I mean, do we wait or do we try to see if we can get 70s? Because 70s aren't that far away, and that was the previous all-time high.
I'm looking at a 1 minute area of demand from 78 to 66. So anywhere in that range, that's kind of where
Yeah.
I'd be, where I personally would want to look for a long. Stops below, like, I don't know, I'd say stops around 60.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, hold on.
Getting a nice
Good
quick
Minute
bounce
range
off
is
that.
pretty good. Yeah, no, I feel like the more we talk, it's probably just too late at this point. Maybe it comes back down though.
Yeah.
That's kind of a weird
I
little
wouldn't mind
sell-off
throwing a
there.
bit in there.
All right. Let's see if we can
You
bid
on the house?
77s.
You on the house, Gabe? Are you trading the house account?
No. Dolby's got the house keys, and I am in an XFA.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're gonna bid 77 half.
No, look in the door.
Eddie.
And then oh, that would have been easy 10 points. Oh man. Oh man.
And it's
Okay.
gone.
And it's gone. That's like the most NASDAQ move ever right there.
Yeah. If we
Yeah.
close really strong above 90, I wouldn't mind just buying at market, looking for new
You're
highs.
crazy, man. Crazy.
Because you essentially
Oh,
buy
yeah.
at 90, risking a retest of demand to 75 maybe, so risking 15 to make about 15. But yeah, it would technically be Dolby. Like I get it, it would be kind of the middle of the range. But
Yeah. I mean, I guess why wouldn't you just buy it now? Unless you think there's more confirmation at 90s.
I mean, if
No
you're
top
comfortable
plays today.
risking 20,
Yeah.
Bobby,
just
what's
wanna see
I know you had a couple strong days the first couple days of July. How you feeling? I know you had a couple days ending June, kind of in the red, getting on a little bit of maybe getting some ground, getting some traction back beginning of July so far. How
Yeah.
you feeling about that?
Yeah, so I had a crazy June, and then you're right. Yeah, July was a little bit rough. I started going through a bad patch. I had to adapt to having a hard stop loss. I
Right.
struggled, to be honest. I struggled with having that stop loss, and I did try and battle with the P&L that I had, which I still got a relatively good amount in there.
Right.
And I tried to battle it. I tried my luck. But I had to change strategy. And luckily, I had the capital to do that. So I've changed over and started scalping the ES,
Okay.
and then trading the NQ with the MNQ. So my scalping strategy with the NQ just didn't work with the 3K drawdown.
Yeah.
I would
Tough,
either
man.
have, yeah, the way I trade is quite aggressive, so it just didn't work out. So now with the ES, it's slower, smoother. So I'm working on that, and then I'm sizing into volatility on the MNQ. So 2 or 3 contracts on the MNQ, I think is a safe bet. And then with ES, I'm just using 2 or 3 contracts and scalping quick moves.
Okay.
So yeah, it's been a rough ride, but I took a payout as well. I
Hey,
could
man,
have had
that's
more capital.
good stuff.
Yeah, I could have had more capital, but I was thinking, you know what, I'm on a bit of a tilt here. Let's treat myself. Let's take a payout.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's good thinking. Kind of, I wouldn't say patting yourself on the back necessarily for a red, for let's say a red week or whatever that might be. But if you're eligible for a payout and you're feeling yourself kind of, a little down, I don't think taking a payout, making it real, letting some money hit the bank is a bad thing necessarily, as long as you continue to stick to your plan and obviously
That's the
not
thing. Yeah.
restrict
So
yourself
I've still
capital-wise.
got a good amount in there.
Right.
You know, making 70K in what 26 days is absolutely insane. I don't think
Not too bad.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
That's just not,
I'd say so.
guys. That's just not normal, is it? That's just not right. You're gonna get hit by the market. You're just gonna get hit. There's no, you know. So yeah, I've been humbled by the market, and I'm slowly working, grinding at those long days. And what I've realised is, if I want to trade for the rest of my life, why trade big? Why take huge risks?
Right. Longevity, right? So playing the
Yeah.
long game.
I want to be here
You
forever.
gotta bid at 70 quarter.
$50
Nice.
is $50, like JD says.
It is. You know, you're not the only trader who's gone from NQ to ES. Mohammed has also done the same thing and has really enjoyed his experience transitioning to a slower market that maybe sets up structurally a little bit better. So there's definitely precedent for doing that. I think he certainly enjoys it more. He's taking, I think, less trades because it's not, he doesn't have as many setups appearing because the ES just moves slower. It also gives him, I think, maybe a little bit more time to think in his trades as well. Sometimes NASDAQ doesn't really give you the time. It just moves too fast.
Right. Yo, Dolby, just beware. And Bobby, since we're both on the conversation of live accounts. Live accounts need to be closed and flat by 11:30 Central.
Oh.
XFAs and trading combines need to be flat by 11:45 Central. So live accounts, you got about 10 minutes. XFAs and combines. I'm thinking about just taking the long in the XFA just to extend our trading session a little bit here. But yeah, I mean, 10 minutes, right? Well, we got 10 minutes to scalp it up.
Yeah, should we just all go long? Let's all go long.
70 quarters. We got some time.
Play a little buzzer beater action here. Yeah, futures are a limited trading hours today, closing at 12 Central. The reopen this evening will be normal. So you'll have a reopen at 5 p.m. Central. And of course, tomorrow, holiday, limited hours as well. Repeats the same cycle tomorrow as it does today. Equities, though, are closed completely tomorrow. So just a heads up. If you are an options trader, I know Jack talked about the fact that equity weekly expirations on options are going to be today. Be mindful of the low volume tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
All right, so Bobby's in. Taking a little light MNQ. Looks like couple, 2, 3.
Yeah,
81.
Two contracts. Just gone for a long position. It's it's a nothing trade. I'm already up on the day. I'm willing to risk $100. Yeah, I mean, if you got it, play the game.
What's do you approach your summer trading any differently? I know you're already switching from NQ to ES. Do you do anything else when summer hits for trading?
Not really. I mean, I'm only just getting used to the cycles. To be honest, but I've started to trade the open again because the moves have been so obvious.
Nice.
And the trade we've got. You're a range trader, aren't you, Dolby? So I like trade. I like scalping the range. And if I can't scalp the range, then I think there's only 1 or 2 moves each day now, where there used to be like 10. So I'm relying on volatility, but at the same time, the market tricks you because the market's like, okay, you're going to trade the open, but be prepared to lose badly. So you've got to adapt, you've got to adjust. But yeah, I've started trading the open. I've started finding moves there because I know that I can make $100 in 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
So
time frame is so important as for a trader. I mean, locking in on what hour or 2 of the day you really want to devote all your focus to place the best trades. And theoretically, you could make, unlimited money in an hour or two, depending on what you're sizing in, risk management. But if you really become an expert in just one time frame of the day, it can really put some odds in your favor.
Yeah, I miss the news. I miss the tariffs, to be honest with you. I keep saying it in the chat. I just want them days back.
It's funny how us as traders long for the days that we were most profitable.
Yeah, I'll never forget how crazy it was. It was just a beautiful thing. The volatility is just is
11:30
going
you
back to
gave
the
or
old
11:25?
Tim, you got that graphic one more time? I'm
Yeah, what's
pretty
that graphic?
sure
I mean,
the
just give me.
normal process is 11:30 Central for live accounts and
Okay.
XFAs
I
and
think I'm out.
combines.
11:45 for XFAs and
XFAs.
combines.
Did Bobby, did you get liquidated then by chance, I wonder?
I actually got liquidated. Yeah, guys, I'm out.
Okay.
You're out? Oh, well,
All
I'm
right,
just
so
flattening them.
yeah,
This
so
is-
Dolby, I'd just say
They're starting
Damn it,
to
Risk.
flatten it. They're starting to,
So are we
risk is
just
starting to close out.
are we so everyone has to be closed by 11:45. Are we just ending the show at 11:45?
No, we're closing at 12.
Okay.
Let's
At
see.
least we need.
Do I like the 79s or do we want to see a little bit of a pushback down? We got to retest the 74s.
Hopping into a practice account. This is about to get just chaotic.
Yes,
Trading.
Adrenaline Rush, Chicago time, Central Standard. 11:45 for combines and XFAs.
All right, we're gonna get some practice account orders in since we can't do anything else.
Well,
Can't police my practice account, Topstep. You can't stop me. We're gonna see if we can bid 66s to 74s. God, what a bounce, bro. What a bounce. Nice little downward channel here. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't get down to that previous all-time high, though. But nice little downward channel. I'm going to see if we can do a little sweep of that into close somehow.
Gotcha. Felipe, yes, live funded accounts, our risk team is going to be liquidating live funded traders that are currently open with positions going into as we get closer to this close. Man, I'm really bummed I missed that entry, man.
That would have been a good one.
Yeah,
Would have been a good one.
10-point pop so far off of it.
That's like the best you can get, honestly, right now.
Yeah.
It's either 10 points up or down. It's just, I mean, it is what it is. It's holiday trading.
You guys like these conditions?
What, all-time highs?
Yeah. Or just, yeah, the boring trade.
Dolby, I mean, I have a pretty limited amount of futures trading experience during all-time highs, so I'm gravitating towards just keeping a long bias and just trying to find a dip, like a reasonable dip, and not trying to get too short. Although I still find myself very tempted to try to call tops a lot. So I do nibble on some shorts, but usually it's not as favorable to do so in these conditions. I find myself getting stopped out more. What about you, Dolby?
So we're
stuff. Oh, go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, so you guys think we're in a bull market now, yeah? You just going for longs every day.
Most certainly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just indices have such a natural bid as is, and then you're already at all-time highs. I think for like a range trader, what is like the most important thing to do is to understand that like you want to start looking for stair-step patterns as a range trader, and like typically these little pullbacks will just be little mini ranges. And the important thing is to just not get baited into basically just taking shorts at the highs every time, because then you're just going to get screwed. So instead of it being a two-way trade that you would typically have in a range trade where you can just buy lows and sell highs, you kind of just have to ignore this. You can't be selling highs in uptrending markets. So you just have to have the patience and discipline to wait for the pullback, because then maybe you end up getting this move, right? And then it pops higher. So that's the only thing. You just have to kind of change. You have less in some ways. You actually have less opportunity as a range trader because half the market or half the sides you just don't want to trade. You never want to get short. Oh, we're in some practice account trades. Let's go.
Let's go. I'm also
2373.
also in one.
Yeah, that short's starting to unfold on the M&Q.
Yeah, looks pretty good.
See a bid in the dollar, and that correlation's playing out.
Oop, long 6. This is all
And
just
practice account. You're just still trading MNQ.
No, I'm trading Nasdaq.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say.
No, I'm running the MNQ strategy, but just with NQs right now.
Got it.
How many contracts?
Well, this is double the size, so this is going to be 10 contracts.
Cool.
So it's 10 MNQ, but we're averaging down. But this looks like it's probably going to cost us about like $2,000 for this trade. Oh, maybe not. Only 1550 if we lose. But it looks pretty bearish right now. But we'll see.
It does. I'm currently long 2 NQ from 69.
7s, I think, is where we started. Oh, no. 3s. Hold on. Where did we start buying this thing? 74s. There we go. Okay. So we want to get at least 84s. Okay, cool. If we can even get it.
See if any buyers want to step in here.
It'd be nice.
I got some comments from the Kremlin talking about the conversation between Putin and Trump. Spoke for nearly an hour, had a detailed discussion regarding Iran and the Middle East. Putin said we continue to seek negotiated solution on Ukraine. Also that there was no concrete discussion face-to-face for the meeting. Our position is that Ukraine peace talks are between Moscow and Kiev, and the U.S. understands that. Kremlin also added that they agreed that they would keep talking to each other, which is nice. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eddie. All right, guys. So we got a little bit of a possible failed breakdown.
Sweet.
I'd like to see a closure back above maybe 75 to get a little bit more confidence in this, but long 2.
I think we've got a Fed Bostic speaking.
Bostic. Now?
Bostic.
He has been here. The job market started to deteriorate with higher unemployment or employers planning layoffs that would have to be considered regarding the rate.
I think I read earlier, is inflation coming back? I mean, we know it's never gone away, but
I think it's going down. I don't know.
Tattooed Group says, "Who the hell is he talking to today?"
Yeah, seriously, he's like in some Holiday Inn conference room, just talking to the wall.
Are we, Eddie? Are we getting MO? Are we getting MOC today?
Well, yeah. Danny said that we should be getting it around 11:50 today. We will be ready for it if it does happen.
11:50. Okay. Well,
CL Trader Dan Emmons. See y'all next week.
Yes.
Enjoy your holiday weekend. Looks like a couple of y'all are heading out for the day. Goals achieved. Baby. Walking away. Rizky passed a second 50K combine.
Well done.
Good job. Love to see it.
Not easy to do.
Yeah. It's a tough old road. You want to get to the
Bobby, you were asking about inflation. Is it coming back? The answer is sort of yes, but not like 2022. It looks like a slow burn, not a wildfire. Latest data shows inflation cooling modestly, yet it remains uncomfortably above target, combined with the policy-driven pressures and shifting expectations. They're talking that the balance tilts towards a gradual rebound. We'll see that probably late this year.
There you go. Cheers, Eddie.
Cheers.
We are just
nice
sitting here.
Second range here. It's about 70. That's about a 5-point, 15-second range. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. See,
Bobby, where do you reside? Where are you from?
Ooh, nice bounce.
I am from the United Kingdom, a little old place called Southampton.
Southampton.
Yeah, so you know where the Titanic sailed from?
Yes.
Okay.
That little town. Yeah, so it's like a seaside town.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's quite a cool place. It's great history.
You have like a Titanic museum there?
Yeah, there's a Titanic museum. There's a bar called the Titanic Bar.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's obviously a bit of a weird historic. We're famous for that, but yeah, so we're into soccer as well. So it's a big town. Love the soccer. So
I like how Bobby calls it soccer, like we do. You should call it like football.
Maybe he's just translating for us.
Football, yeah. So tomorrow we got the 4th of July. We're our independence. No hard feelings. No hard feelings. We okay?
Yeah.
Friends?
That's all good. Yeah, we've had some jokes in the chat already.
Yeah. I just want to make sure. Yeah. Oh, really? The British actually invented the word soccer. Okay.
They did.
Well, yeah, we invented everything. We invented the world.
Kinda. Sun never sets, baby.
I read that somewhere. Yeah.
I think it's like
where would we be? Where would we be without America? America run the world now, right?
Yeah, but you guys used to. I think you had like 70% of all the territories at one point in time.
And then they
not bad for a small island. Not bad for a small island.
Yeah, so
guys, while we're waiting for the market to do something here, can we get Eddie to poke it with a stick and do on this day?
On this day, let me set it up here. My goodness, yes, indeed, on this day. All right, my friends. Here we go. It's perfect timing. I got guys putting on siding on my house. He's like right next to me. He's putting siding on my back right now. Gong hit. And we're gonna go to the harp. Here we go. On this day, knock, knock, knock. July 3rd, 1775. George Washington rides out in front of the American troops gathered at Cambridge, a common in Massachusetts. Yes, see with the harp, you can stop now. And draws his sword, formally taking command of the Continental Army. Washington, a prominent Virginia planner, wonder what he was planning. Veteran of the French Indian War, had been appointed commander-in-chief by the Continental Congress 2 weeks before. Wait, that's taken charge really quick. Washington, as we know, on the $1 bill. Yes, he's on the $1 bill. Come on in. And was unanimously elected first president of the United States. And, he appointed Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson as his politicians. And, of course, Hamilton's on the $10 bill. Jefferson's on the $2 bill and the nickel. And can you guess who he liked better? Anyway, he was reelected, but 4 years later refused a third term. He died in 1799. Didn't make it quite to 1800 Cuervo. That's what I got for on this day. Knock, knock, knock.
Thanks, Eddie. Sorry about that bad timing there.
You know what? I swear to God, they weren't doing nothing all day. I think they're watching.
As soon as I
show.
ask for on this day,
yeah, they're watching the show here. Yeah.
I thought you were trying to construct the on this day. I thought that was like you building a bit.
I'm working here. I'm working here.
Yeah. Well, still
speaking
long.
of working, I was about to say
Ooh.
we're working these longs still, and we have absolutely nothing really happening right now.
Ooh.
We're ranging about 5 points.
Dude, did you see that candlestick?
Yeah,
It
it
went
looks
from
like
71 to 74. Like
Oh my
fast.
looks like it's
gosh!
coming down.
Maybe things are getting crazy here. We do need to get above 75s.
Yeah,
For this to kind of get
yeah, we do.
interesting for bulls. We are still hovering around the previous daily high, I believe. No? Wait, where'd it go? I could have swore you were there somewhere. Anyways.
Wasn't the previous high like in
What
the
the hell?
22,880s or something? All right, getting a
Oh,
push
yeah, I
above
guess so.
75s. Will these
What am I looking
75s
at?
hold?
What the hell am I looking at?
Buyers are coming in here. Last trade 23,077. By the way, tilt is looking quite short right now. 60% short in the ES, 64% short in the Nasdaq.
Wow.
And we have
interesting.
MOC in about 9 minutes. Just a heads up.
Look at this incredible move. Practice account has never seen so much fake money before.
That's interesting. 60% are short.
Yep. 60%.
See, they're thinking. Everyone in the chat.
Sure.
Would you agree on going short right now?
Oh, absolutely not.
I think there's some people that are considering the fact that we have an early close and we're so high, all-time highs, obviously. They're like, maybe people will dump before the end of the day. But I don't know. I'm going to continue going with these longs.
Futures, F no, I'm long. I'd rather eat glass, Wingnut says.
I mean, I would consider shorts at like 23,100.
You'll regret that tomorrow.
Hey, I wonder if is any trader here made money today going short?
I'm
If
sure
you
someone
have,
has.
Good on you if you found a way to make money on the short side today.
There's always some contrarians out there somewhere who who just live on the short side of the indices. You can. I mean, hey, those 1-to-1 trades, 2-to-1 trades, you can definitely get pullbacks if you can time them right.
Yeah, quite a lot of people have. A lot of people said yes, 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 yes. And then some people said some guy said I'm longing because it's American Independence Day tomorrow. Okay.
Long America.
I mean, I think it's just structurally it makes sense to go long, which I think is a good reason. We had a nice little consolidation before this breakout, and now we're just doing the exact same consolidation again. So now we have range over range. So do all the shorts at our entry, 23,070, end up covering because they can get out of break even? That's what I think, and that looks like it's kind of what's happening. So I think technically it is a sound trade to be long.
Yeah,
I can see now. Today Jay showed what we did last year on the board, and it looked pretty much the same. What we're just doing today. Bobby, you were going to say something?
Oh yeah, I can see why a lot of traders have shorted up here. They've got the right idea. There's nothing wrong with that trade if you want to short up there. But for people that I'm a bear. I love shorting the market, and I've got stung a few times. So just be wary of going short every top, like Dolby said earlier. It's a dangerous game at the moment. So yeah, just minimize risk on those shorts.
Other thing too to think about is like most day traders are probably taking, I don't know, somewhere between let's say 2 to 5, maybe 2 to 10 trades. It's like how much of that ammo do you want to spend counter trend trading a market that has a natural bid?
Right.
It's like I'd rather just get the odds in my favor, and if we're green, just try to find a way to get long.
Yeah.
All right, folks, you got about a few seconds here. If you are trading the Combine and the Express Funded account, if you're a live funded trader, you should be flat already. 11:45 here coming up. And we got to get Bobby on another time here where the market's actually moving.
Oh, that's all good.
Looks like ES is on the squeeze, making new highs, and Q is doing nothing.
Okay. They just said the market's
there's
closed.
Yep,
They just
market's
pulled all my
closed.
orders in the practice account, so we made 820. I literally have no one has any accounts to trade right now at all.
Nope. Just closed out the XFA2 2NQ as well, up 1170 on the day in the XFA.
Nice.
Everyone,
Yeah, so all
everyone just got flat.
accounts are closed.
Yo,
What a
60%
sell-off.
are getting paid. Oh.
Yeah, now they are.
They're watching it run without them, unless you're in a personal brokerage account, in which case you're still in.
Go Bears! Go Bears!
They're just flattening stuff. Oh, look at that massive 14-point sell-off. Totally insane.
MOC in about 5 minutes.
So someone says my position didn't close, but sometimes they close like 20 seconds after the actual close.
It will get closed. Or
CJ,
try closing it.
nice day.
Wow, yeah, 2156. Nice. I mean, there was a really good move this morning. I mean, we jumped like incredible bull run, like right at the open.
Felipe, platform not working because all orders have been closed.
It is correct.
Topstep requires all live traders to be flat around 11:30 Central, and XFA Trading Combine practice accounts, all simulated market accounts, are flat by 11:45, which we just hit. So you will not be able to place any more orders until they reopen this evening at 5 p.m. Central.
Felipe is like, y'all suck.
No, Fabrice. No, we didn't have one today.
I mean, y'all should be happy that Topstep is closing your orders, because back in the day, Topstep did not close your orders, and if you didn't close them, you had a rule violation, and they were paying $100 to reset your account. But instead, Topstep is closing their stuff for you, so you don't have a rule violation. You don't have to carry a trade into the close over the weekend, anything like that. So it's far more generous this way. Far more generous.
They'll be
Check your emails, guys, in the chat. They'll be in there. Topstep. Let everyone know. They said the market closes at this time. Deal with it.
I am shocked about how many people are in chat asking why the market is closing early.
I think we just have a lot of new traders, and they're not.
And that's,
it's just the fact.
That's okay. So all the new traders that are joining us, equities close at noon. Futures are closing at noon. Futures will reopen tonight at 5 p.m. and will trade until noon tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not like a slide or anything. We just have a lot of new traders, and this is just how the markets work. It's just part of the fundamental nature of markets. You just have to understand these things. But I mean, Gabe, consider this: like, of all the people that we have featured on Topstep TV as guests, how many have been a part of the program for longer than 2 years? A handful, like literally a handful. Like an OG is considered maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and that's not even that old. Topstep's almost 15 years old. So it's like, yeah, there's like an incredible amount of new traders who are trading. So, which is good. As long as people are asking those questions, it means there's people, I guess, willing to learn. And who are new, it means the space is growing, which is good.
Hey, speaking of new, Gabe, do you have the link for signing up for our email, our weekly newsletter? Because that's going to get you hooked in with us.
Great question, Eddie.
Love Wetland says some of us did not get the email. Most likely that's because you're not signed up.
Yeah, either not signed up or you potentially opted out of receiving emails from us in the past. That would also be a reason why you might not get it, and potentially in another location in your inbox. But those would be some of the reasons why you may or may not get the email. In terms of where to register for,
I'm looking. I don't know which one.
List.
Yeah, I don't know which one it is.
I would say, honestly, the best way would just be to hit this weekly kickoff email, because that will get you in.
Okay.
Get you into the email list, and at that point, you're going to opt back into receiving emails from Topstep. So if you hit that weekly
kickoff, also check trader support. So every now and then, HubSpot will deem someone as like an inactive, and they just need to like reactivate you. Like
Right.
if you like never open emails, then there's like able to stop sending emails. So it could be
Right.
that, but
It is 11:50, and I'm not
11.
seeing no MOC.
Okay.
Danny, where is it? My God, man. Let's see here.
We almost pull back to the midpoint of the previous
Nothing.
consolidation.
Oh, here it is. Late, but
okay.
all right. S&P buy side 13 million, Nasdaq buy side 258 million, Dow sell side 62 million, Mag 7 buy side 72 million.
Oh wow.
Wow. Don't pop the champagne yet.
Pretty lackluster so far.
Very.
Hold on to your butt.
Oh, let's see if we bounce off of, what is this, 23,052. That's the midpoint of the previous range that we were just in. Sometimes that can be a good level. Not that it matters because we have 10 minutes left, but it's still interesting to see if that's how that price reacts. Nice sell off. Look at this. What is this? 30 points. 30 point sell off. Hello.
30 points from the 80s. I feel like there's got to be just some clowns in chat that are just egging us on, particularly me.
100%.
Well, the price of eggs nowadays are pretty cheap, so why not, you know?
Yeah. I just got to understand that there are firms that want to make sure that all of their traders are completely flat, that they are risk off before the actual equity markets close. That is a responsible thing to do to protect not only the firm, but the traders that trade with the firm as well.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody that's wondering why you can't trade all the way until the bell, it's to preserve capital and to be risk off from a firm's perspective and a trader perspective, which is the smart thing to do. If you don't want to accidentally get caught holding a position in the next day, maybe getting margin called if you're not, you don't have the capital to support yourself, holding that position into the close, into off hours. There's plenty of good reasoning behind why firms require you to be closed before the bell.
Yep.
I mean, all I can say on the subject is, look, there's probably loads of new traders in there. They're really excited about trading and they really want to make some money. Guys, you've got your whole life to trade. Monday is going to come quicker than you know it. So practice on, just having patience. And we're all going to make money. Don't worry, we're all going to make money. It's going to be fine. So anyone that's worried about making money, don't worry, you're going to make it with Topstep. So don't worry about it.
Yeah. There's no reason to be salivating over a 30-point move in the NASDAQ 7 minutes before close. It's just...
We are blowing through these 40s.
Yep.
Last trade at 22,027.5.
See, that would be such a move. We haven't had that for a while.
That was a big one.
This is a baby
sell off
correction.
into close, probably. I thought we were just going to bid infinite bid, but honestly, there still is time. Now we're at the base of that other consolidation, so maybe buyers come back in here. Now, if we fail below 23,000 like 40s, there's a lot of room to the downside. A whole lot of room.
I mean, I would have lost $100 there if Topstep didn't liquidate me. So, hey, I'm happy.
Oh yeah. Oh, that Topstep made me 822. I would have ended up losing like 1,400. Thanks for the lockout.
Topstep's maybe $100.
Well, that's the thing. That's the frustrating thing. You never hear from the traders who are like, "Thank you for stopping me out." It's always the traders who email in or like, you robbed me." Like, yeah, but you never email us when we saved you. Huh? Never get that email.
Imagine if my position was bigger. Imagine if it was like 2 contracts. It would have been like $300. Ruin my weekend.
Mm-hmm. Look at this bounce. Nice.
It's buying it back up.
Yeah. What is the point in closing? I mean, I don't know. What do you mean? Can't do this forever. Market can't be open forever. I don't know if we'd even like the market being open forever. I think they're trying to push futures to 24/7, aren't they, Gabe? 23/7.
I would not be surprised. I think it was the rumor was equity markets are potentially going to eventually go at least 24/5. Maybe not weekends, but
I'd like that.
Yeah,
I think
I
we'll
mean,
all be
think
lying,
about
though.
it. More money in the market, right? More money being brought in, more trading activity, more participation, being more of a around the clock market. What are you about to say, Bobby?
Oh yeah, I was saying I think we'd all be lying if we didn't miss the markets, though. I think every time you do
Oh,
get off the
100%.
charts, you think, right, I'm looking forward to Monday. That's just
Yeah.
that's just the trading mindset, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
I get it. I was
weekends
like,
can be weekends can be painful as traders sometimes, especially if this is your life,
yeah, you've got to keep yourself busy.
Yeah, exactly. You got to have some other things to do on weekends to get your mind
Yeah,
right, reset a little bit.
Some people trade crypto on weekends. Some of my friends, and I'm like, yeah, that's your thing. Never switches off. He's always on the go.
Always on.
It's not good. You need a break from the markets.
You do need a break. You get burned out pretty quick in this game.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Most institutional traders only last about 2 to 5 years.
Wow, we really got a nice little V-shaped recovery on that 1 minute. The 30-second Dolby there on the left.
Yep.
Quite a little bit.
Yep. Nice little.
So
probably had some stops underneath that range that we had between 23,036 and 23,067. So just ran those stops, bid right back up. The range over range didn't hold though; it just ended up melting down. But I think it just wanted to hit that low volume node. That's kind of the tricky thing.
The market has been doing that, hasn't it? It's been, you've seen this move, this V-shaped recovery all the time. Like if you watch the charts, I'm watching a 100-tick chart all the time, and I see this move recently. This is the go-to move. I know it's stupid just saying it's something like that, but it seems like this quick recovery and these long candles are kind of a thing right now.
That might be a thing too for summer. It's like slow markets, and then all of a sudden, a lot of work gets done in like an hour, or maybe the last hour of the day. The market wants to do something. I found that if like the first half of the session, everything before noon is pretty slow. That most of the time you'll get something bigger in the second half. Some move will happen. Yeah. 3 minutes. Nice little bounce here. Ooh, what should we do? We didn't do above below.
We did not. I think we're a little late. A little late to the party there.
Yeah.
But damn. That's too bad. It was a fun one.
Tim, you've got a couple images back there for some fast market submissions, right? Just throw a couple up. Whatever we got. Roll through them real quick. You got 1 minute and 40 seconds. Burn them.
Ready, go. Oh, the pressure is on.
Pressure's on. Okay. All right. I'll rock it out real quick. So we got Seth Jacob, and there we go. 150K XFA from Topstep. Felt like Mr. Price action. And I were buddies over the last 3 days. God is good. Congrats there, Seth. Always love seeing people pass their combines, getting into that express funded account. Good work there, Seth. What do we got next? Got a minute. 1 tick at a time. Small day today. Just waiting for the payout on the Topstep account. Took a nice little payout of $1,370 after that 5 winning days there. Great job there. 1 tick at a time. We got Wazarak. Wazarak is on our big board, one of our live funded traders. Monday through Wednesday, 3 DLLs. Classic. Made a bunch of mistakes. I'll need to rethink through the weekend. But today, I anticipated the move.
Wow.
Exactly 1 year ago on July 3rd, the same thing happened. So I guess the markets just love to repeat themselves. Coach Dakota keeping that seat warm for me. I'm coming for that top 5. Racked up a nice $18,763 in the live funded account. Sure, we'll be seeing him on the top 5 P&Ls on Monday. And
Wow,
we'll
game
call
time.
it there. Oh, we got one more. Nice little GIF. I didn't see it, but it's gone. And here's the bell. There we go. And that is all we have for today. Thank you all for joining us. Got Kid Comedy in the background there. Kid Comedy doing all the sound effects. Shout out to Eddie for keeping us in real time cahoots with the wire today and all the wonderful
Thank you,
things that he
sir.
brings to the table. Shout out to Bobby for joining us for probably one of the more,
Yes, Bobby.
slower last hours of the day for this
Did great.
limited close. But thanks,
Chill.
Bobby, for coming on, man. Congrats on the 3 winning days here to start the month of July strong. I will look forward to catching up with you again here very soon, man. And hope the move and the new house getting settled in is all going well for you.
Yeah, it's all lights, baby. All the lights are gone in today, so it's looking. Hopefully, I made some money on this house now. That's the plan.
Yeah, let's go get some equity. I love it. Dolby time. Thank you, brother. Always great being with you.
Always fun.
Bell to Bellers. Shout out to all the Bell to Bellers. We are going to go into this holiday weekend. Remember, Eddie's probably going to cover this, but we have some shows today. And just remember, markets reopen, futures reopen at 5 p.m. Central tonight. But Eddie, get us out of here.
Yes, I'm going to get us out of here. Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us here today. And gosh, it's been a crazy week. But hey, with the 4th of July holiday quickly approaching and the market slowing down, we here at Topstep TV, we're going to be taking a half day today. All right, so we're going to be shutting down here in just a little bit. Also, we want to encourage everyone else to unplug, relax, move away from the monitor, move away, relax, celebrate this weekend however you'd like. All right, we're going to celebrate it, so wish you could all be with us, but I don't have enough hot dogs and buns for everybody. We'll be back Monday morning, bright and early. Once again, here, Topstep TV. We'll be off the air this afternoon, as well as tomorrow, in observation of July 4th. Yes, that is our holiday that we have here every 4th of July. We call it the 4th of July Independence Day, as Bubby said it. So we're going to turn the lights back on Monday. We'll be here around 7:15, 7:20. So keep that in mind. And with the Independence Day quickly approaching, markets will close early today. Obviously, at 12 o'clock. They're closed. And tomorrow also. So Thursday, today, we did see the early close. 5 p.m. Central Time, regular open for July 4th trade date. Right, so you can trade all the way until tomorrow, until 12 o'clock noon Central Time, where there is another early close. And then we'll be back here Sunday, July 6th, 5 p.m. Central Time, regular open for the July 7th trade. And Gabe, are you still there? We doing anything tonight, or
We
are
do,
you
man.
off?
Yeah.
What are we doing tonight, Gabe?
We got At the Buzzer at 12:15 Central here. So as soon as we close up shop, Coach Jay and Coach Paul will be coming in for At the Buzzer. And then Hoop and myself are doing a Slow Markets takeover tonight at 7:30. So come back and hang out with us for Slow Markets this evening.
All right, so tonight 7:30, come on back and party with the guys. That's if you want. So that's cool. Okay, good. Like that. Also, don't forget here, Sunday, I do believe we've got coming up here market kickoff with Anne Marie. I'm not sure who the special guest is at that time, but we'll keep that in mind. So keep that on your books. We love that you spent time with us here today at Topstep TV. Now it's your time. All right, give yourself a little rest here, but don't go away. We got At the Buzzer coming up. Get ready for Monday. I'm going to get ready for Monday. RTR, it's been a pleasure, my friend. Thank you very much for being with us. Of course, orders from headquarters. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Don't let the kids play with the sparklers. I tell you, do not let the kids play with sparklers. They're like arc weld. They're like mobile arc welding. So, anyway, treat yourself with the same care you'd offer a friend. Share your love. Because you know what doesn't cost anything. Make somebody happy today. Make a bunch of people happy this weekend. And go away. We got At the Buzzer coming up here in about 10 minutes. Until we meet again, which is going to be Monday, unless you find me at that Rib Fest tonight in McCook. I'm going to get there early around 4 or 5 o'clock. But otherwise, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.